And I do really want to see what we can get set up with the garbage collection thing. So we are going to pop into our Permadeath run that we were playing yesterday. Now, the thing I checked after stream, because I'm like, I'm not finding these freaking garbage places, is the only planets eligible to have the thing for collecting the garbage are the planets that have the thing that say that they have salvage on their surface. So even if there is salvage, if it doesn't say on the planet itself, like this is, you know, salvageable junk or whatever, I cannot get the stuff there. And I did confirm that you get the bed thing from doing that. And I do not remember what we were doing. Oh, right, we had just finished scanning the system. That's right, we had just finished scanning this whole system. And we were going to go up here. I bring bad news, Captain Friend. Our fleet was involved in a serious incident, sustaining heavy damage. Please inspect the damage report. I require your advice. Inspect damage report. Fleet auto-diagnostic report, frigate, whatever. Ship is sustained mission-critical damage. Her crew is incapable of performing maintenance. Farther damage risks catastrophic failure. Recall frigate. Okay, I was like, man, I'm gonna call immediately. Oh my god, please. Captain Friend, I bring bad news. One of our teams has been lost in the tunnel collapse. The entire area has become unstable. We could send a second team and the mountain rescue, but it might be fraught with risk. What should we do? Rescue the crew. We leave no one behind. Okay. So, immediately goes into the system and just being bombarded by messages. But yeah, so we're on our permadeath run. So the idea is, one, to like just work on the general progress of stuff. How are we doing on that? So I've got 28,000 nanites and about 200 million credits. Okay. This time I'm not going to immediately shoot it. I did that last time. Well, I didn't immediately shoot it. I'm so confused. Alright, well. Sure, why not? I don't know, understand what's going on. Like the last time it mentioned... Hi.
You're my boy.
Nah. You're my girl.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm superhero Scoops today. Superhero Scoops.
Okay. So we've got 2 damaged ships. Which is curious. So you've got the icons really lit up. I actually don't remember. I think you have to repair these yourself. It's been a long time since I've done this. Also, I'd really like to dock. There you go. Oh, I'm not actually docked? Captain Friend, the crew is busy surveying and processing both planetary deposit and local asteroids. The minerals are yours, should you want them. Collect cargo. Okay. The generator units are operational. The supply tanks are full. We have prepared leftover fuel cells for your own personal use. Okay, that's... I don't remember those. So it did clear them. Interesting. So the freighters basically were like, yo, we got extra goodies for you. Granted, neither of them were particularly exciting, but I also don't know what the limits of those are. So go ahead and go back to here, because we want to potentially move on to another system. This time not a purple star system, just to make sure... Not to make sure, but just to give us better chances of having the salvage ones. Hey, DG, how's it going? So I can go ahead and run over here. Alright, so I need to check here. We don't have the computer marked as if, that's not the right door. We don't have the computer marked as if we've got the frigates back. Where were those? Got two of those. Yeah, so they're on their way back still. Alright, so nothing to do there. Alright, so let's take a quick peek at our settlements. And then we are on to move to the next system. Looking for upgrades and all that. We're not going to worry about our base at all. I don't care. We can quickly take care of the settlement stuff real fast. And then we're going to move on to the next thing. I'm kind of leaning towards maybe turning on our own music. Because the game is being awkwardly quiet all of a sudden. Even though the music's turned on. And it gets really tiresome to be playing games where, like, the music just checks out. Like, sometimes it's good for suspense and all that. But it really does become weird when games don't... Come on. Go away. When games just don't give you music. So let's go here, general. So the music's gone. And I'll take 2 seconds. Let's get some kind of music going. Okay, view citizen request. Alright. Planetary Special Gokata wishes to lead a group of citizens on a mission across the planet. They wish to test their underwater breathing equipment and hope to recover valuable gens while below us the waves. That'll put us more in debt and begins a settlement expedition. Go for it. We are nearing max debt. What do I have to worry about that? In the meantime, this building's done out here. Because every one of those buildings we get done makes the base just a little bit better. Okay, and for an S rank would be 1 amino chamber. I can believe I can actually make that. Amino chamber? Alright. So that'll be that house maximum upgraded. And that'll be this settlement all sorted. Which lets us go to the other settlement. The other settlement, we don't need to run around. I know a bunch of the buildings needed dirt. I don't think we have the stuff we... Well, actually, we'll double check. Because it was... Dirt was one, and I don't have that. We have the lures. Alright. Planetary Special, Evikil has produced offspring, but is unable to settle upon a name. They feel the Overseer should honor them in choosing the name. Kindly, what? Go away. Why are you bothering me with this drivel? Name your kids yourself. We want to see a bionic lure Yeah, we don't have what I need for that. Alright, so we're not going to worry about doing the buildings here. I need to find dirt. We can go back to our freighter, and then we're ready to go on to the next system. So we won't need to drag this out at the beginning of doing, like, all the base maintenance settlement stuff. If I need oxygen or sodium, we can just pop down to my main base to get it. But otherwise, I'm not really worried about just collecting a bunch of just random junk. I forgot, what class are you, by the way? A C class. Right, and we can't upgrade the class of our freighter. That's right. So if I want a better freighter, I'm going to have to seek out a better freighter. Let's pop to the next system over. Not picky. We're looking for a planet that has salvage stuff, and it will start garbage collection. Oh, right. I forgot. We have the technology. I can go up here. Immediately take the wrong door, I'm guessing. Yep. And go back in here. Use the door in the middle. And go to this thing. Okay. Alright, so we do have a cold planet here that potentially would satisfy our needs. So that'll be good. We're going to drop by the station, get our extra inventory slot, maybe a quest or two. Other goodies, whatever ends up happening there. Okay. Is this one of my ships? Oh, wait, this is the, that's the ship we... Yeah, that's the A-class ship that we looted, or we found. I had intended on selling it. Yeah, because an A-rank ship, I do really like the Vesper sails and all that. It's a shame that you can only have these on certain ships. That is like a subcategory of it. You can't. Like, I could repair them. But like, I can only move where they're at. You can't delete them, you can't uninstall them. They're just part of the ship. That's because there's like a whole thing where like the ship opens up and the sail comes out and all that, and so only the hulls they've designed to have that functionality work with it. I would like to see some equivalent of that on the like for the Corvettes. Alright, so we're going to claim the scrap. That gave me some cash. Alright. So is there anything here we particularly care about loot-wise? Not really. Because ultimately what we're checking is they have stuff like expansion slots for my ships and all that. Alright, so you are already maxed out. So I'll take your free energy here. Also take your cheap stuff there. take your frigate module and an S-class life support module. Oh, I have another junk ship. Alright, okay, we can scrap 2 junk ships back to back. I'm okay with this. Those are ships that we've just gotten from, like, different quests over time, and I haven't taken the time to clear them out. Begin salvage analysis. Claim the 4 million. Scrap it. Okay, what ship do I have now? Okay, so now I've got my Corvette. Okay, so let's look at our inventory here. We have Starship Shield Module. That's C rank. That's pretty terrible. C rank Hyperdrive. We have the S-Class air stuff, of which I do not have an inventory slot for, so we'll deal with that in a minute. A bunch of A rank stuff as well. I'll deal with that in just a minute. Because it's kind of one of the nice things you get out of those. Is you do just get a bunch of modules and all that, and you can sell those for nanites. So get our extra inventory spot. So move you over. Alright, so you're a gas pump. Yep, so you're 32, 50, 3190, 10%. $5%. Alright, so you're gone. Photon cannon upgrade, plasma bringing upgrade, infra knife upgrade. Like the module, Starship shield upgrade. Oh, I don't have space for it anyways. Right, and there's the warp core package that we were setting aside till we have more slots in our ship. Alright, so with this, let's go to you. Purchase upgrade modules, sell. Give me the nanites for as many of these that we're not going to use. Yeah, okay, and the illegal one did not go away. The multi-tool upgrade, what do you cost me? So it's 62,000 to upgrade the class. And I cannot put any more module spots on my multi-tool until we upgrade the class. That said, it looks like it got actually a pretty good number here. Alright, so scanner harmonizer. I get a bunch of stuff I'm not really aiming for. Right, and we were going to set up the impact igniter, the pulse ricocheter, and all those modules. We have the optic drill, which is better output. So I probably should go in here and upgrade some of these things. Because we got all these like bolt things, weapon stuff that's strong. Alright, so we 3 solar mirrors and 3 quantum computers. What would those cost? So quantum computers require chromatic metal. And both those require chromatic metal that I don't have. Oh, we got 2 storage augment slots for our ship. Did you start a mold farm on the last expedition? No. No, that's also not my how I usually like to do things. You don't usually like to have where you just farm stuff that way. Apply augment. Up here. Okay, we increased our ship size. Upgrade starship, so what was the R1? Okay, so I can purchase storage slots with just straight up cash. Let's hold off on that. In case we find ourselves a better freighter, I'll probably want the cash for that instead. But with that, we now have our starship upgraded, so I could finally put you in place here to make our warp drive more efficient. I got junk to sell. Okay. I mean, just have the quantum things right there, but that's alright. So let's sell here. Get rid of the base computer, because that's just taking up an inventory spot. You thought you would have philosophically against it after you hit send? Yeah, no, it's all good. It's like, there's not something I don't have like a particular problem with, or like people who do it or anything. I just find it very like unsatisfying to sit there and just grind and like pick up the thing and just get it sort of deal. I'd much rather, you know, do the gameplay side of it. Because it's really easy to optimize the fun out of games where you just kind of go through the motions of pick up the thing, go on to the next thing, that whole deal. Right, there's more of the ship parts, there's more of the ship parts. I also understand, at the same token, where you can absolutely be in that position where you're just trying to get the one thing done, and you can't, and it's just taken forever because you're being bogarted by this thing. And just being like, I want it done kind of thing. Oh, good old floppy heart. Alright, so got rid of some stuff. Okay. So with that, we're now going down to the scrapping planet. Deal with that. So they get their best putting mole farms on absolute doo-doo hostile worlds. Yep. Well, that's kind of the thing, is if you want like a lot of the really good materials, that's just the nature of the beast is quite often. I'm gonna assume that that's Amric. It is. That you put them on those absolute doo-doo worlds. I really need to go into our ship. And I really need to rename it. Because that's just the default name. Because I'd always intended on going back and like really decorating up the ship to make it look nicer. And then just didn't. So really the standout characteristics of the ship is mostly just it's got a ridiculous number of phase beams on the bottom. And otherwise it's mostly kind of an asymmetrical blocky ship. But those phase beams, I've got those things juiced up real strong. They just slice and dice. But yeah, so this planet having salvage scrap should be amenable to the Colossus. Which is kind of what we're aiming for, is to experiment with that. To see if that's even like a viable way to make any meaningful amount of anything. And plus, the quest line does exist in the game. Like in this version of the game. Oh, this planet's gonna suck. Because not only a ridge, it's got like those weird vein ridges too. But you know what? It's perfect, it's home. A really awful home. Okay. Not going out of my way to scan everything just yet, but It is going to be sitting right in front of me. I'm not going to turn down free money. So I definitely have garbage on the surface of the planet. Okay. 2 left. Both of them rare undergrounds, and we are not bothering with that crap today. Okay. So let's get this party started. Drop you in here. There we go. And where are you? Oh, you're only 3 minutes away? Alright, let's do this. The Sentinels like it when you pick up beer cans. They seem indifferent. The Sentinels don't actually care about making the world a better place. They just, you know, they just want a reason to beat up on you. You can just fly there. It's 3 minutes. And we get a feel for how rough the terrain is. And it does seem like our defenses we put on the Colossus are strong enough to endure it. Hey, Cliche, how's it going? Plus, you never know when you're going to drive along and find something you care about. Alright. It's just 3 minutes in LA traffic. Yeah, like literally it's the next ridge over. Get yourselves a little knowledge. We learned the word for today. Now, vocabulary-wise, we have a lot of the Gek vocabulary because the a lot of the main building or the main bases we've been using have been in Gek territory just by circumstance. We do have a little bit of a Keen and a little bit of Corvex, but not nearly as much. Now, granted, I do have the implants that make it so I'll learn words just by interacting with the people, but I don't really want to do that because that's social interaction, and I don't want to get it on me. One thing that'd also be nice is as you turn in stuff here, having the opportunity to potentially get modules for your exocraft, because I don't remember the good ways to get exocraft modules beyond just straight up buying them. Alright. So I can pop out here. Freelance waste disposal opportunities available. Download Gravitino coil blueprints to begin waste processing. Thank you. Note, waste processing station is remotely operated. Field agents must supply their own equipment and assume all personal risks. I love assuming personal risks. I'm also realizing I hope this planet has the Gravitino ball things on it. Because I didn't bring any. Alright, so quick question with the ship. What are you... That's fine. So we'll need 3 magnetic resonators. Starship. Do you have the magnetic resonators on it or gravitino balls? You do not. Freighter. You do not. So that is not my favorite. Let's see. You would require magnetized ferrite. Okay, we can probably accommodate that. There's likely pure ferrite where I'm at. Where is my refinery? Give it a little juice. And we are looking for pure ferrite if I've got it here. That should take care of the magnetized. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing the gravitino balls things here, which isn't great. And I don't think they're on every planet either. So what we'll probably need to do is I should have some of those in my storage. So what I might actually be able to get away with is if we put down a base computer that requires chromatic metal I don't have. Alright, look, game. New plan. We got the Gravitino blueprint. I would say that's a win for the first planet. That's not what I meant to do. It is what I did, though. New plan. We go up to our freighter. It's going to most likely have everything I need in the actual storage. Actually, do I have storage 1 and 2 in here? I don't remember. There's a refinery. Ah, there is a Gravitino ball in there. And there's 1 of those. Also, I don't know what these are for. Oh, grab those out as well. And then did you have... What was the other thing I needed? Chromatic metal. Oh, you have dirt in there. That's what I needed for upgrading the other thing. Okay, so I need to actually check these storages more. I tossed a bunch of this in here because I'm like, I don't have a use for this right now. The plasma launcher I'm probably not going to use. Oh, these are for, those I think are for the freighter. Let's see what all those are about. Yeah, so we need chromatic metal. But the rest of that's all fine. We can go in here real fast. There's a Gravitino ball, which is the one thing I wasn't going to be able to acquire on this planet. But we got that sorted. Now for you... We've got those. So we can go to the multi-tool here. And that's all handled. Alright, well, we're not going to need to go up to another planet. Alright, and now I need to switch your chassis over to the flatbed, because that just got unlocked. Now I just need to process any industrial waste. Okay. Clean up the planet one clump of junk at a time. Okay, looks like that might be the last piece of junk we've got here. Alright, let's hop in our truck and get to work. Alright. So the question lies, is if we can keep finding stuff around here, would it make sense not to like just flatten a broad area, but like at least that little ridge right next to the building? Tidy up some of that. Come on. There's some more industrial waste up there. It'd be nice if you could get a tool on this vehicle that basically gave you the terraforming ability. Just to, like, make that in our Colossus thing that you can kind of make your roads. Alright. So kind of figuring I'm just going to go around to the immediate stuff we see. Not bother, like, targeting an actual waste dump until there's not stuff, like, right here. If we need an actual waste dump, we can deal with that when we get there. Okay. I do really appreciate the range they gave this thing. They could have easily made it only good for like 20 meters or so, or 20U or whatever. But the fact you kind of just like reach out across the world and grab something from 100U away, which I think 100U is its range limit, but be able to grab something from 100U away and just chuck it is really, really nice. Okay. That's some rough terrain back there. Okay, one experiment I'll want to do while we're here is I'm going to deliberately leave 2 of the exact same things, or one I'm going to chuck it in manually, and the other one we're going to leave by itself to do the auto, and see what, if any, difference it makes. So there's the one we keep. There's the one we'll compare against. My bad. Okay, so lower that. So, we pick up you, chuck you in there, 15 nanites. So we have the exact same thing right here. 10 nanites. Alright, so there's where you're looking at. So that means I get about 60% its normal value if I do it automatically. So it's good information to know. It's gonna be a terrible place to traverse with this. Alright. We get garbage right down there. Feels like garbage up top. Hey, Inns, how's it going? I'm guessing you're playing more Coral Island. I think that's what I saw you playing earlier. But, hope you had some fun with all that good stuff and all that. Or no, wait, were you playing Coral Island or were you playing the Star Sand? Ooh, I don't remember. Either way, if we can get a shout out for the Inns, absolutely fantastic. You can go ahead and check them out. Playing a whole range of games, but doing some slice of life. Star Sand, there we go. Yeah, Star Sand. You had recently been playing Coral Island, but you've been playing Star Sand recently. Or today and like the last stream as well. But I hope you've been having a lot more fun with that. So we got you up top there. Okay, so you're way up there. But yeah, what's up with No Man's Sky? Is there a patch? Yeah, there was an update about 2 days ago. So like you'll notice the vehicle I'm riding in right now, as it's configured, was not available more than 2 days ago. We now got our dumpy truck, and we're cleaning up the planets one pile of debris at a time. We're taking care of the trash, because that's what the trash man can. We also have a grav gun now, which mostly just works on the trash. You can also use it on some of the sentinels too to bully them a little bit. So like when the littler sentinels try and rush up to you, you can just grab the sentinel and harass it. You have to finish your Corvette. Yeah, no, there's always more to be done. You're checking what's in there, and so far it's more like time at games. Crafting is more important than farming. That's reasonable. I enjoyed the time at games. I'm a little disappointed that they basically said their next title is going to use generative AI, which is a pretty big letdown, to be entirely honest. Because they were definitely a fun series. Yep, but check out the ints. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Been doing a lot of the like slice of life sim stuff recently. So if you're looking for stuff like Coral Island and Star Sand and all that, you can find them over there. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. Okay, so that stacks right there, and we need to start heading back because we're getting pretty overloaded. And this thing's weirdly acting like it's getting some serious go. Which is making it harder to keep the stuff in the back. Hey, Ultra Woody, how's it going? We're just doing a little bit of trash cleanup. Making sure we have a lovely place here. Did I not mark? That's fine. Oh, it's right there. Could have sworn there was another one. Up there, but that's okay. Yeah, so it seems like sometimes it does a really good job of just keeping the stuff in the cargo, and other times they'll just like suddenly get a jostle that'll just launch stuff. Okay, and like I said, we did establish you lose about 1/3 of their value by using the auto pickup. Because we took 2 of the same type of trash, I manually fed one, and the other one I grav gunned. It was pretty substantial difference. So this is the general, just junk, low value loot. But each one of those is 15 nanites, which is not a lot. But it adds up. Like, this is certainly not going to be, like, the meta for getting nanites. But I'm liking this because it's at least active. Versus, you know, doing the thing where you just, like, let stuff grow and then you collect it and then you bother the chef and just get tired of dialoguing. Or you do like the mold ball things where then you take all the mold ball and you just put it in the refinery, but it's again kind of a passive thing where you just wait for them to respawn. Gotta feel like you earn those nanites. Because my preferred way of getting nanites historically was to scan all the creatures on a planet. Alright, so I also want to see how much are you worth. So the high value ones, I wasn't able to see because it's truncated off the UI. So a high value container. If we check our nanites, we're at 31,282. So 282. And it gave me about 20 nanites. So high value doesn't mean a whole lot in this case. It means I get like an extra 5 nanites compared to the regular stuff. So basically don't bother being picky about it. Let's let the radar do its thing real quick and see if there is a heap nearby. So heap detected. lost sight of it over here somewhere. Okay, it's over that way. All right. Yeah, and I'm doing good. Checking out the update. We already did the expedition. We did it the very first day it dropped. It only took me. It would have taken me about 4 hours, but I burned a little bit over an hour trying to make a highway on the map, which was fun to mess with. And honestly, I still think might be a reasonable thing to do. I actually didn't check how far away you are. 26 seconds. That's fine. It honestly might even be a reasonable idea with a group of people, but by yourself is absolutely not worth the time. The terraforming tools are just not good enough. I do think I would love to see them add, for your terraforming thing, instead of just, you know, dig, add, flatten, or replace, I would like to see them have like a smooth tool. Because I think that would be very useful for this. Okay. Part of me hopes they've also added some missions for like your mission board, and hopefully not just the multiplayer version, but like the regular mission board about cleaning up waste. I could go for that, where you have like the mission board. It's like, okay, here, we will give you whatever the reward is. Probably an exocraft module, but like give you exocraft modules if you go and clean up, you know, X number of units of garbage, and it could be just garbage in general. It could be, you know, 10 radioactive garbage. Hopefully they did some of that, and it's not just, this is it, and nevermore. I'm also curious of those red containers being larger, if they'll be worth more. We'll go out of our way to check the value on one of those red containers, to see if there's some logic between high-value small containers worth like 20, high-value big containers worth like 50 or something like that. Because I'd really like this to be a good source for nanites, even if it's nowhere near like an amazing source. But good enough that you don't kind of feel bad using your time on it. Would also really love for these to regenerate after a while. So you kind of set up shop, build a highway to the nearest dump. Those are not staying. There's zero chance half of this stays. Okay, so it's a bunch of metal garbage. I will want to come back for that. Looks like the spine thing that I actually thought was going to be really pain just weirdly is naturally very smooth. Versus that ridge to the left looked like it's going to be absolutely terrible. There's a big hole there. Another hole over here. It's considering that is not actually in the trailer. Okay. Alright. So let's do some science here with some of these bigger boxes. See if there's a noticeable difference or if it only cares, like, is it volatile, is it what? Okay. So let's pull up here, dump it all out, and start doing some figuring. So here's one of the big explosive boxes. So we check our stuff. So we have 31,302. Okay, so that actually, so it's 31,302. That would have been 25. And that's 20. So there is a difference based on the size. It's just not as much as I was hoping. Alright, I need to find... Okay. So I need to find a way to get that arc so it's not a huge hassle to walk the whole way around. Oh, my inventory's full. Yeah, because you also seem to get... Wait, what? My inventory's not full, you liar. My inventory's nowhere near full. Okay. Alright, I was worried about that being way harder. That one didn't go in. Okay. So, like, I would imagine if you're sitting right here with these... Oh. I was like, why isn't that working? I imagine if you're sitting, like, right here and being like, oh, is this how I want to use my time? It probably makes sense when they're really close to just auto-sort. But when you're going the big, long trek to deliver it, you're going to be losing a lot of your time on the big, long trek. Taking the extra minute or two to just sort your recycling is going to be worth getting the cash out on it. Not Not exactly what I wanted. I'd like to put the trailer down first, please. So we should have almost nothing but generic salvage back at the dump site. But I am low-key really hoping that it does respawn, even if not instantly, after like a little bit of time, just because that would give me reasons to build infrastructure. So, you know, make even if it's not a flat route, a relatively not garbage route between the two. Because then I could see deliberately setting up a base, if you're into this mechanic, to just do that. So do you discover this planet and jet it? Just fill it with trash? Yeah, so the planets that are marked for salvage that have been around forever, not forever, but have been around for a while now, basically they took those planets and they did add the garbage as well to those planets. That was the reason why we didn't find one yesterday when I was looking, was just the fact that I was checking, just going into a purple system and just checking it, and we just happened to not hit a salvageable planet. I mean, I technically had one, but it was like underwater kind of thing, so it wasn't super useful for that purpose. Alright, let's take advantage of that grav gun's range. Pretty sure just launched that one right off the other side. Okay. There's one more piece of industrial waste here. Oh, no, it's not here. Okay. Let's see, lore-wise, shouldn't your mining tool not be able to mine all non-dangerous? Not be able to? Counter argument, video games are fun. No, it's just, it doesn't matter what the lore reasons are. I mean, technically, our multi-tool is what's doing this. We just added a new attachment for picking it up. I think the idea is we're salvaging it and using it for better purposes than just zapping it into whole thing. But ultimately, it's about fun. Ultimately, it's they recognize the Colossus kind of didn't really have much purpose. Of the exocraft, it was kind of the one that always got kind of ignored. The hover bike gets ignored pretty heavily too. At least has some uses though. But by and large, people just don't use the Colossus very often. And so it was like, okay, well, what can we do to kind of give it its own purpose, its own space to shine? They're like, well, we can make it into a big old dump truck. And it's a big old dump truck now. Where is... Okay, so place I'm going's over there. We'll pick up this garbage over here along the way. I believe one of the other things it could be is you could get the back to have the furnace. I want to say was one of its things. But it's just kind of one of those things like, okay, well I have a backpack smelter that's pretty good. Do I really need a giant smelter that I could bring with me? Because it just never felt that meaningful. And especially now with like the Corvettes and all that. And, you know, the freighters and getting your own private smelter and all that kind of stuff. Really did just kind of encroach on what little value it did have. Oh, it's just the 2 pieces? Okay, I guess. Alright, lost them out the back. I can also see in multiplayer an approach being you have one person driving and you have the other one following behind, so as like stuff does get knocked down, instead of stopping to clean up, as it were, the other person could just very genuinely just grab the one thing, run up, chuck it back on the vehicle. That one container in the back, I keep waiting for it to flip out. Because there's some amount where it kind of holds it in the bed, but it's definitely can be overpowered pretty easy. It seems like just individual bumps aren't that big a deal, but the moment you get like a bump and a dip, or a dip and a bump right after each other, where it kind of jerks the vehicle just a little bit, when that happens, stuff gets away real easy on you. Okay. Alright, so before I back that in, there was a couple pieces of high value. Is the only one that sucks is this one, because it's open in the top. It kind of makes it so it's a much worse angle for me to go for. I believe that was all the special stuff. So my curiosity is if I back this up all the way, and lower this, make a set of stairs then? Usually you can't build right at points of interest. Didn't work well enough to make it worth the effort, but it did work a little bit. New customization option unlocked. Custom gear, a custom running gear module for terrestrial vehicle, compatible with the classes. Okay. I didn't realize we were just gonna randomly unlock stuff doing this. New customization unlock. Widescreen cabin. New title unlocked. Big rig Rual. Technically you can. Oh, there might be a way, because it used to be, you'd have to build your base computer, and your base computer couldn't be too close. I'm assuming it'd be one of those things you build your base computer, and there's a way to, like, kind of extend the range. I'm assuming it's gonna be one of those things. Alright, so let's check out our customizations. I should also see, like, what other options we've got here. Okay, so cabin. So we got the normal cabin, the widescreen cabin, or the asymmetrical. I like the asymmetrical at most. We already have that chassis. So we've got those sets of wheels. I thought we unlocked another set of wheels. Because we had these. Oh, we probably unlocked the off-road wheels. We have the different sets of treads and then the mechanical spider legs. I'm guessing we got the off-road wheels. And try those. The other thing I wanted to check. So I missed that these were things that were going on. So let's that'd be catalog, I think. Trying to think of where we'd even find those. That we've been unlocking these things. Building parts. Create knowledge, technology. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is we did just unlock those titles, and part of me... Oh, here we go. Industrial cleanup. Process industrial waste. Lifetime waste management. We have scrapped 85 things. I've gotten 1,675. It's nice that the owner of a multi-galaxy company take his time to take care of the trash. I know. Basically, go 800 meters away from the place the base computer, then circle back 400 place another one. Yeah, now I get the idea. We unlocked stuff. Oh, collect special waste containers for additional reward. Manually sort waste into individual for maximum resource recovery. Alright, I mean... I now know that I can officially get more stuff from doing what we were doing. So my expectation here is we're going to go back over to where we just were, and that it's going to be empty. That it won't have like reset, recovered, whatever. Because I would love for that to be a thing, even if it takes like 15, 20, 30 minutes for it to reset. Because then, very genuinely, I could see value in setting up infrastructure. And what I mean by that mostly is anywhere there's like a big ridge up or down, just flattening it. And giving myself, you know, a quote-unquote highway. Yep, so needless to say, the garbage, it's all gone. So if I wait for the scanner to go, and I choose to do another dump, did it just detect the dump I'm already parked at? Yep, I figured as much. Okay. So garbage on the other side of the ridge there. A few different piles. It's looking like it's going to be a bit of a hard drop angle-wise, but that's fine. I don't have much on board yet. That was actually not bad at all. Got a bunch of trash you can pick up. So 28 seconds, 23 seconds. 23 seconds, you look like you're actually farther up there, aren't you? Let's go for this one just because I got a gap between those hills over that way. All right. Another thing that could be interesting is if that furnace is like your generic recycling back for like the regular garbage, not the special stuff. That could be an interesting way of approaching it as well, where you could drive around with, you know, that whole thing there. One person would be collecting all the generic garbage and trashing it while the other person's slowly building up a supply of the specialty stuff. And then when you're all said and done, you know, you'd circle back, drop off all the specialty stuff kind of thing. Because the expedition introduced the mechanic, but it didn't really take us to see, like, how far it would go. Alright, so this will be an interesting one, because it's up on top of that ridge. I think I'm just going to park right down here and just chuck it in. There we go. It'd also be interesting if instead of, like, I don't know if they have a static value or, like, whatever, but I could see it being interesting if the planet was considered an extreme planet. Make the value of the garbage a bit higher. So that, you know, collecting garbage in hostile conditions gives you an extra bit of value for the effort. Okay, so you got more garbage up top there. I like how gamifying work can make stuff like sorting trash fun. But yeah, you're getting genuinely rewarded. You're like, hey, you're sorting this, and we're giving you extra nanites. Like a whole extra third more nanites, too. Okay, so that was the only one really worthwhile. Let me go ahead and grab this while we're here. Got what you give me. Oh, you're just nav data. It is not a complete game, just trying to get back to the truck. That could have been way more difficult from XP. I shouldn't be doing it this way. The reason for that is you actually have really long range to grab. What you can do is chuck it over the hill. And part of the reason I'm taking the time to do this, even though this is taking longer than necessarily makes sense for me to put the effort into, is I already know going back and forth, I will keep seeing this pile of garbage and be like, oh, I should go get that. Okay, that's way over there. Like, I should go grab that. And I'll keep coming up here again and again and again trying to do that. And now I can take advantage of all that range. By jumping on the hood here. Collecting it all together. Okay. Let's go check where our drop-off point is again. And a bit of finagling, and it's just over this hill. Right, you. I never did test when you do a vertical climb with this. So we did lose some off the back. I figured there was a good chance that was going to happen. I just didn't... I wasn't sure, like, would you lose most of it? It was like only lost, like, 3 or 4 of the pieces on the very top. So it does do a relatively good job of holding the trash in. It's just... it's not without its limits. But I figured that made more sense than trying to drive the whole way around. Yes, appears to be the last piece. Yep. No more garbage down there. I'd like there to be a ranking system, like the stars, where you scan a whole planet or kill enough sentinels, that kind of thing. I would like there to be one for the trash as well. You drive normally, not carefully. Yeah, no, I definitely was a lot more cautious when we were doing this during the expedition. It does seem like you can get away with a bit more than I was expecting. It's stuff like this where it gets kind of craggy like that. That tends to be the stuff that I've noticed can really bounce things off. And then like that one was just a straight up vertical, so, you know, makes sense that it was a problem. Alright. Another day, another pile of trash. Oh, it looks like it might actually have a thing that bounces off the back over there, so you can actually go pretty wild with your shots in that. Which is good, because like I said, I was worried about having to like skill shot that every time and just being like, it's just more effort for that one type than these ones where you just kind of have to aim roughly center. Okay. Yep, so we've already gone 2,000 nanites worth. Plus it is seeming to give me other materials. Now, it would be nice to get some of these other ones. We've got the mineral processing, which is just a large refinery. And is there anything here I wanted to put on there? The scan harmonizer I'm not super worried about. Yeah, at some time I want to get the pulse splitter put on here and start swapping, but I've already got so much in the weapons. Yeah, because it's going to detect that heap over there. Yep. Let's see, we've already cleared out. Let's go get our trash. I apparently had one piece of stuff that didn't fall out of the bed. Okay. It also makes me wonder what all we can unlock with this. I would assume we can unlock some of those other, some of the other aesthetic pieces for the Colossus. More customizations, I should say. And hopefully some of those customizations just makes this better at doing its job. So that if you enjoy this content a lot, you know, you are rewarded just like any other content by getting gradually better, more capacity, whatever. It's both pretty much equal distance. Okay. Oh, looks like we got all that. Okay, now there's another box over here somewhere. There they are. Okay. Got some specialty garbage. I got garbage right over here. Oop. Lost a little there. We'll go get it real quick. That's pretty funny. Gave the Sentinel a good whack into the sky. Didn't get mad at me. I don't think it took damage either. With their health, I wouldn't imagine you'd be able to easily whack them with debris to finish the job. Not that it couldn't be done. I think you have to put like a lot of effort into just throttling it again and again and again. Okay, it looks like another relatively full load. I missed a piece of debris. Okay. What's going on here? Did you clip through the rock? Is that what's going on? That's exactly what happened. Wedged its way onto the other side of the rock. Yeah, it didn't do any damage, but it is kind of funny that we could shove the Sentinels around by just chucking debris at them. There we go. Just having problems aiming at it. Definitely not the way to go in the future. Real craggy. I'm just gonna drop in over us. But definitely also not worth me driving the whole way around. Okay. Surprisingly, it didn't make a huge mess. Now let's go this way. Oh, I thought I saw, like, the fire symbol over there for the volatile stuff. I was like, what? Waiting for more goodies. All right. Okay, so we got a volatile package. And 2 radioactives. Yep, so see, like, that one's also giving me uranium. Which is kind of helpful because you don't usually get much uranium out there. So we're getting a little bit of uranium, a little bit... I haven't caught... I think the other one's giving me the ammonia. Alright. I understand. I'll just go ahead and push the button over here. It's fine. Sometimes you need a little bit of a break. As you do. And so keep pointing me at that heap. Let's go back over to that heap. I don't expect to find anything there, but, you know. You hope this this update comes to Switch, as No Man's Sky is your... No Man's Sky and Bed's preferred playstyle now? Gotcha, I actually have no idea, like, when it comes to the different versions, how they handle, like, versions coming to the Switch or not coming to the Switch or whatever. Like, I mean, it makes sense that they'd effectively have different stages to different versions, because getting it set up on PC and then porting all that stuff over to the different consoles, you know, does take a non-zero amount of effort. I am seeing on my radar garbage. And it wasn't there before. They respawn, chat. That's all I needed to know. The dumps do in fact respawn. I also never checked to see if you could interact with any of these things. Like, I walked up and I didn't see anything. Alright, 1 second. Not really seeing much in the way of specialty loot. But I'm not too fussed about that, because it's only slightly more value for the specialty than it is for just the chunks of metal. Okay. You don't see any notable interaction points or anything like that. But the more important point is because that respawns, it's nothing need to go like full on. Like full on highway mode. But I am going to carve just a bit of a path over here. This is weirdly being even more voxel-like than normal. Like, this is solidly making exact squares, which is a bit odd. Try and even it out just a little over here. Yeah, this is where I really wish I had like a smooth tool of some kind. Because just mine, create, and flatten. And I'd love flatten to be able to be something where you can like angle it. But again, to sort of make a highway. We'll figure this part out when we get here. What I'm going to do from this side is I'm going to get past that ridge. I'll clean this up a little bit. I'm not looking to try and make this perfect or anything. Just try and get the worst offending parts out of this. Yeah, and that respawned its garbage too. And this would be relatively okay to cross here. Just trying to get a feel for this area. Okay, so you're higher here, so we can probably just level you out. And that's where we have the real difficult spot. Is this area down here we go over. There's not really a good way to smooth anything out with the tools they give us. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the terrain manipulator. I'm adding places to signal where we're looking at. And this I don't need to worry about. Yes, I don't need to worry about. It's a clear shot. Okay. So we've got our highway. That spot up there is looking very tenuous. Wait, what was I just seeing? 1 second. I was just seeing like a whole other different set of options. It looked like I could paint the terrain different colors and all that. Ah, I see. So I could change the way it looks. Hold down the left mouse button for large shapes in create mode. Use flat mode to quickly smooth an area. Allows edits to be removed. There we go. Yellow paint for your self-made roads. Yeah, and I believe for all that to stay, I might have to have a base computer here. I think it would be worth it for me, after we grab this load, plunk down a base computer in between these. And then just add a teleporter, and then this is my trash route. Interestingly enough, I was holding the back button and it was accelerating. It's also possible it could be one of those things that I could put the base in between here and use it to just build a platform to drive on. Okay, I thought I heard more fall out. Oh, I'm turned sideways. That's why I'm all confused. What? Oh, right. We got the tunnel that goes through the mountain. Right. And I'm hoping I can just kind of send it here. And it'll be smooth enough that I don't have to do any effort there. Because I'm trying to remember, as far as you like doing terrain manipulation, I think it only remembers it if it's in range of a base or something like that after a while. Like it eventually just cleared out, if I'm remembering correctly. It's either that or like when you unload the map or whatever. I don't remember what the rules were, but I remember there was a thing where terrain changes not inside a base area won't stay forever. Are those not giving me nanites? No, they're giving me nanites. Okay. I was seeing it just mentioning the rusted metal. I'm like, are you not giving me nanites? Because we don't have many rules here. But one of those is that I get paid. Alright. Yeah, so my thought is we go over here to my tunnel, and I might be able to make my own highway. Like, literally put down the metal plates using the ferrite and all that to preserve this location. Because I need to make a highway from here to there. And I'd also be able to put like a little base right here if I really want to. I'm not sure I'm that worried about it. Okay. Alright, so base computer. Somewhere around here should be around halfway through. Searching catalog archives. Universal Archives has found no prior claims. Claim base. Cool. So we're going to be making ourselves a glorified bridge. Okay, so step one is we're going to start over here. We're going to see if we can't take some type of foundation to be roughly here. If I'm going to have it anything, I'll make it slightly below where they're at. So let's see. Those are the prefab. We don't want that. Those are the timber floor, which is going to be a lot of carbon. Well. Okay, so there's where I marked it up top there. Alright, nature. I'm gonna need you to get in my pocket. I'm suddenly realizing I chose a planet that doesn't have a whole lot of carbon options on it. But that's fine. I probably have stuff I can recycle for carbon. So we can go here. What do we have that become a big old pile of carbon in my inventory? I have an alarming amount of metal. I need carbon. I have a lot of metal. Oh, good. We have an entire giant heap of oxygen. But good news, but these plants get both carbon and condensed carbon. The bad news is there's not a whole lot of them. One thing that might help. We do actually have a mineral hotspot not too far away. Because the mineral hotspot ends up being anything good, we can work with that. There goes the space dragon. It's going good. We found out that the dumps occasionally respawn. So I am building a highway between me and the dump, so that I can come back here and do more trucking in the future. Can I get a shout out for Undead Baron, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Plays a whole variety of games. Would be doing stuff like Project Zomboid, Humanity. Been playing some No Man's Sky, that kind of bit. Alright, so let's see if you're anything worthwhile nearby. You love the update? Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it as well. It's gonna take me a little bit of work to get this highway. I'm really hoping this hotspot will be something useful. Okay, what do we got for the hotspot here? It is magnetized ferrite. That's honestly not the worst. It's not what I was hoping for. Yes, there's a gas hotspot way out there, but that's gonna be too far away for us to use. Okay, so jump in you to restore our heat real quick. Yeah, so my plan is, you can see where I carved a path through there, I put the 2 marks there. It's to make a smooth route and then a ramp up, so you can see where I put like the marks up there. And it's flat on the top and flat on the bottom straight across to where I want to go. So I'm kind of hoping I can make myself like a little bit of a less cursed ramp, because going down that ridge is hard to keep the trash on board. So it gives me something to work on while we wait for it to refresh. And if we get that working and there's any more dumps anywhere nearby, we might be able to continue to make it. Because I don't think it remembers your terrain alterations outside of bases very far, which is why I'm building technically a base here. I don't remember what the rules are around all that. Alright, so Z, grab you. The thing is, let us make roads. I'm not sure, only because of the technical side of it. Because ultimately, the way the game works is you've got your noise map that makes the terrain, and when you change anything about it, they have to store all the data of what you've changed. Whereas the noise map part of it would stay the same every single time. I'm also suddenly realizing I don't think there's a 45-degree up angle. It might be something we can get. There is not an up angle. I didn't think about that part. Okay, well, still. That does give us a bridge straight across. So I can change you to the terrain manipulator. Alright, well, it's kind of going all or nothing, which I don't love. Isn't there stairs? I think I need to go and, get the stairs. That I might not have them on this one. Because usually one of those things I don't end up getting most of the time is a bunch of the base decorations. Because, yeah, right now I just have the windows and buildings and all that. Because that's got to get our, you know, data and whatnot. Alright, that's still probably better than without that. Not that it helps too much. Regardless, that's what I'm going to do for right now on that. Because I did notice if you just start chucking a bunch of stuff into the furnace, as it were, they do actually give you, like, more unlocks that they don't kind of mention you're going to get. Yeah, because up here I wouldn't be bringing trash, so this part's fine. Now we got our highway. But now, I think all that have to do to make it so we can make some kind of road is instead of just a flatten, give us like a smooth tool. Because I feel like if they gave us a smooth tool, you'd be able to go in here and that'd be kind of enough for you to be able to, like, just kind of smooth out the rough edges of terrain and all that. Alright, so I cleared that out for the moment. The move from here is just kind of roll along so we find something else of interest. It'll be the one behind me. Yep. I could probably check for stuff like the expansion pods and whatnot. Alright, so we got a whole bunch of trash along this ridge. We got these two on the left and then two on the right. Because I am curious, if we keep chucking the trash in, we unlocked the off-road tires, and we unlocked a different cabin. Like, what other stuff can we unlock? I wish it was a little bit more transparent, or at least I don't know where to look. A little bit more transparent, being like, oh hey, if you do this... It doesn't even have to tell me specifically what I'm going to unlock. Alright, let's try and park the truck so when I go pull these, I don't roll down the mountain. I don't think there's any avoiding it. Alright. There we go. There's a second stack here, right? There you are. Okay. But yeah, no, I hope you've been having fun with this, because, like, I've enjoyed this. It's definitely one of those ones, if you're someone who's going to be, like, sweaty, and you're like, oh, but, like, this isn't the best way to get nanites or whatever. It's definitely not. But it's also very enjoyable. So I kind of made the comment about, I personally am not a fan of the strategies for, like, getting nanites and money and all that. I wish it was a game like Eco but in space. I still haven't played Eco. I've heard a lot of really good things. but like it's one of those games that seems like you have to kind of get into when a bunch of people are getting into it. Feels like it made the gathering way more fun. Gotcha. So we got trash over there, trash up there. I want to say the trash over the ridge was pretty far away. So you got the Steam version, dreading starting over, and boom, the game just lets you transfer cross save. Yep. I want to say there's some limitations with the cross save move over, but it's still pretty slick. Hey, Altheus. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all this good stuff. Can we get a shout out for Altheus? Playing some Starfield. Nice. I hope you had a good time with Starfield and all that stuff. I liked Starfield. I know it got a very mixed reception, but I really enjoyed the game. I wouldn't say it was an amazing game, but it definitely was a good, like, a very fun and enjoyable game. You guys gonna check out the Star Wars Genesis mod pack? Nice. I'm glad it's actually getting mods. It's one of those things you always worry about when a game doesn't get, like, oh hey, well the creatures I'm missing. Unfortunately, the creatures I'm missing are underground creatures. When a game doesn't get like a really strong reception kind of thing, it tends to be one of those things that people's stances are either this game is the greatest thing ever or it's the bane of all existence, and very little in between. But I enjoyed Starfield. I feel like it's pretty good. Like, it's definitely not a game without flaws. To be clear. Yeah, the same feeling as you when you played it when it came out. You thought it was good, not brilliant, but got more hate than it deserved. Yeah, I think it's just another one of those situations where it got announced way too early, and they kind of just let the hype roll. And, you know, they really kind of need to step in and be like, hey, you know, like, you're thinking all these things are going to be in the game, but that's not what it is. There's been a number of games that have been bitten by that, and it's like, it kind of sucks because it's not even the devs half the time that are, like, doing the overhyping. So much as they're just kind of not hopping in and, like, dissuading it. Alright. So grab this one over here. We have accidentally run over so many of those random creatures. If they just stop being out in the middle of the road, i.e. literally the entire environment around me, because that's what I'm calling the road here. Oh, there you go. I thought I saw... Oh, there it is. I was like, I knew I saw another pile of trash. Yep, for those who missed what's happening with Starfield, for those who missed, oh, actually, before I forget, if you're looking for Starfield, you can find that over there with Lathius. But yeah, like I said, I think for me the one biggest negative I'd say is a lot of the games like Skyrim and a lot of those RPGs tend to be the kind of games where you get into a run and you kind of forever run it. You know, try and do all the things, see all the things, collect all the things, do all that. And Starfield's New Game Plus kind of took away from that. but it also felt like it was weirdly kind of trying to be both a game you're supposed to play through, where you can get a whole variety of stuff, you know, to try it differently and all that, but then also not really offering you meaningful decisions to try it differently. So it kind of felt like it wasn't sure between the two things what it really wanted to be. That they're both good ideas, they just didn't actualize together. Because it would be the perfect game for, like, being able to side with different major factions in a meaningful way, and there was some of that. But I mean, talking about, like, properly screw up the world levels of siding with factions. Plus I absolutely felt really bad. I was trying to just kind of do all the things in the game, and you can romance people in the game and all that. And it was just the whole thing where you're romancing the person, and they're kind of like, you know, and we'll never be apart, like that kind of verbiage or whatever. And you're like, yeah, about that, like, I'm definitely going to be resetting the game almost immediately after this, because I need to do the things I want to do. So it was very much like, yeah, we'll never be apart, and you're like, I am going to an alternate timeline here real quick, so like, yeah, I'm definitely just gonna be gone almost immediately. It's not my fault. They locked achievements behind this. Blame the developers, they've literally encouraged this behavior. I am being compensated through entertainment purposes for this. I knew that was gonna happen. I saw her go at that bump. Yeah, so weirdly, I'm holding reverse now, and we are just speeding up down the hill. So I gotta figure out a way to work around that. What I need to do is, like, turn it sideways, but I'm trying to not get to that point, where I, like, turn the wheel sideways down the hill. So we did scatter a bunch of garbage everywhere, as you do. Yeah, so unfortunately lost a bunch up here. Yeah, let's not launch this one down the hill. I'm assuming it's already pretty badly damaged because we catapulted it pretty good. Yeah, it's at half health. It's definitely not one I sent down here. Was that it? I thought I had launched more. I may have destroyed a couple is what I might have done. Alright, well that's fine. Okay, I just teleported through the ground, but that's alright. Yeah, when we're bouncing, that tire's counting as not in my cargo anymore. We're a wee bit severely overloaded. This is the worst bridge you've ever seen. Look, It's a load-bearing bridge. The whole thing. Not the supports or anything. Alright. So now I gotta resort our recycling. Oh, weapon charge depleted. And we get a bit extra nanites and goodies if we do this manually as opposed to doing it itself. From our tests, it was about custom chassis option. Furnace chassis module, a custom body module for the terrestrial vehicle capable of the class large exocraft. The furnace module enables immediately disposal of industrial waste. Note, resource extraction is less efficient than the waste processing facility. Okay. That's kind of exactly what I was hoping for. Because that means we can just go and tidy up any planet. We don't have to go to a planet with salvage. If it's got junk on the ground, we can tidy it. And for those who remember when I made my gas giant planet, the planet known as I Made a Terrible Place, which is in the system of a collection of terrible things, that planet I did check. It doesn't have the salvage tag, so I don't have the yard and everything. But what it did have is random garbage on the ground. Somehow on a gas giant planet that in theory I created out of nothing. I'm also curious if using the furnace back if it still gets you the benefit from like mixing all your stuff, or like will it have like different cubbies for all the different things? I'm assuming it'll just have like one orifice that we just chuck everything into. Okay. And actually, before we get too far, so you're a different kind of tire. Get in the fire. You're a different kind of tire. Get in the fire. You two sit on the ground for a moment. We got some science to do. So let's get the Colossus here. Chassis. That's the asymmetric. There we go. Chassis. Yup. That's just straight up a garbage truck. Just, you know, with a little extra fire. So, science. All three of those tires should be the same type of tire. So our current number of nanites is 2,550. So first tire gave me 31 nanites. Really? Second one gave me 15 nanites. And third one gives you 10 nanites. Okay. So the implication there is I get about half as many nanites using this thing. For this one, I only got a third as many. It might be that the individual assets, like I've been using to try and do my science, might not matter. It might just be kind of a broader, just whatever thing. Yeah, we're just straight up a garbage truck now. We're not anything special. We are just straight up a garbage truck. We should also check in just a moment when we find our next special waste. We should actually take a 2 seconds to see if I get credit, like, processing this thing. This is hard shape shipbreaker put on land and you're a trash man. Yep. I do really like the hard space shipbreaker angle of it, of just you find the trash of the various types and you just process them. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, this doesn't seem like a terrible way to get nanites. Because each one of those piles, if we assume we're getting 10 to 15 nanite per piece of garbage, is the scrapping thing new? No Man's Sky? You haven't seen it before? Yes. So, the new expedition that dropped, I think it was 2 days ago, introduced the idea of scrapping, and then this is the Colossus, which is the truck that, like, almost nobody used because its only real big thing was big. And they've expanded that. So what I wanted to check is, so radioactive materials recovered 11. Do you still count? Waiting for it. That'd be a real big bummer. If that didn't count. Very cool, you like it? Yeah. Which we had a flatbed. We just switched it over for this furnace thing we unlocked. Yeah, because that would be a not great thing if they gave us this and it straight up didn't count the specialty stuff. Like, we're getting nanites for it, but it's a different prompt, I noticed. But for, like, your regular, just garbage, this is good. But again, this could be the angle of where the multiplayer side comes in if you wanted to. Where, like, I could be rolling around with this truck, someone could be rolling around with the flatbed, and the other ones are just kind of working nearby. That we would pull up, they would grab the specialty stuff, toss it in the flatbed, whereas all the other stuff would just get chucked in here. It's definitely picking up the random junk. Oop. I'll deal with that in a moment. Picking up the random junk and just tossing it in the fire is more efficient than loading up all of this to take it back for the nanites. The other one I'm hoping is that we can get quests or missions on the mission board to do garbage. Because I think this would be a fun way of breaking up a lot of their gameplay is do this. Kind of be able to like double and triple dip on it because of the different, you know, get the mission type, get the actual goodies from it. Alright, we learned the word get. Alright. Seems like that's pretty forgiving about what's actually considered going to go in there. Okay. It could also be that it counted the collecting of stuff from when I picked it up, not when I tossed it in. Because that's what I'm checking is, do we still get credit for the specialty stuff? Because if we do, great, we'll just keep rolling. If I don't get credit for the specialty stuff, then... Like, the thing is, like, deliberately not grabbing the specialty stuff and then circling back to try and grab it again by myself makes no sense. I would not repeatedly be able to navigate that same path and know I'm going the same way. Alright. You got the superior German snack, fruit and nuts flips, and cheese balls with peanuts. I mean, that sounds good. I'm gonna grab the 3 stones here. Oh, it's a monolith. Okay. We got the word tradition. Keen. Yeah, no, low-key, I can see just rolling around on the surface of planets when you're just like, yeah, I'm in nanite collecting mode, just driving around getting nanites. I rest upon the ancient relic. It screams in response, shouting in ancient tongue, unaware of who or what I am. The words begin to distort my vision. Grah, Vakeen ancients, witness our glory. Your glory. A small terrified creature emerges from the monolith, runs between my legs, and I hear the noise of an ancient hunt. Howls of pack animals in pursuit, and the thunder of hooves. Warriors on vast beasts charge through the rock. In the midst of chaos, one sees me staring. It raises its facial tendrils in greeting, barks a few words, and then swings a bladed weapon down towards me. Grab the weapon. The hallucination fade, but the blade remains. It transforms into an upgrade for my multi-tool. Upgrade for your multi-tool, my foot. We'll take it for free. But like heck am I using that? That thing is a big ol' nope in my book. Alright. is it does seem like you can accidentally throw through at this at an angle. Not have it count. But what does count as part of it and not is pretty interesting. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay. And we are back. Alright, so, right. I was looking for more garbage. This planet's a wasteland. Gotta get my... Forget collecting the garbage. It's like every time I move, I'm hitting some animal that just like walks in front of me over some rock or something where I cannot see it. Like every other bounce is an animal and not like a rock or something. Okay, so we have radioactive toxic. So we got 11 and 11. So I picked it up. It's still 11 and 11. It's still 11 and 11. Okay, that's actually pretty disappointing. It does mean... For purpose of that, doesn't count. So as far as scrap metal recovered, that does count. So that's a big bummer, and the biggest reason why I would consider that a big bummer is just the fact that that does mean, ultimately, I would need to keep using the flatbed to have stuff count. And I'm willing to bet there's unlocks and milestones and all sorts of garbage like that that will be stuck behind that. But like I said, I feel like this would be a really good thing for having multiplayer, where what you could do is have one person who's rolling around in the furnace truck, you're just throwing all the regular old scrap metal in there, and then the other person be rolling in with like the flatbed, and you just kind of go around the map loading up the specialty stuff on the flatbed and just trashing all of like just the regular old scrap metal. I can see that being a big thing, because it does seem like, again, I don't think it's a meta for the nanites or anything. Like, genuinely, time-wise, I would say scanning the animals would probably be better for you overall, because most plants are going to get between, like, 1 and 4,000 for scanning all the animals on there, and it might take you anywhere from, like, 10 minutes to an hour, all depending on your luck with, like, rare underground and stuff like that. So you're making relatively okay nanites doing something active. On this time, every single time I'm chucking something in the back of the truck, I'm getting like 10 nanites here and there. So overall, I'm getting a lot less nanites per instance for effort, but it's just a perpetual thing that I don't have to go looking for a bunch of new plants. I can just kind of go through there and do that quickly. Alright, so I think we're good to do is switch you back, but we can check to see if the heap up here is respawned yet. And if not, I might take the time along that bridge. Well, do I want to put a teleporter in this system? I don't know if we want to. Like, those two are very close to each other, but I don't know if that's, like, good. It's a very craggy planet. What I could definitely see doing is checking out a couple other planets. Well, actually, probably just go back to our ship. Like our freighter. Jump to the next system. See if we can't find a better salvage planet. Alright, so it does look like this is respawn. I'm also curious if we will have specialty, because the first time we had specialty trash here, the second time we had nothing specialty. Okay, it's mostly specialty garbage. So this is actually exactly what we want. It's mostly specialty stuff, so this should be pretty good. Alright, the rest of that all looks like just regular old scrap metal. But we're getting credit for the scrap metal, so what we'll do is we'll grab the specialty stuff we've already got, get that home, reconfigure it back over to the furnace, grab the scrap metal, And I do have the base computer if I ever want to come back here. Because while setting up the whole teleporter let me teleport back. Okay, there's you. And now it's already up there. That's not my stuff. Okay, so we managed to get that. It's the hard part of the trip. Then grab our specialty stuff, bring it back. Oh, that's weird. I must have misclicked at some point. Alright. Can roll in here with all the custom stuff, or this rare stuff, or whatever it's called. Yep, that is counting. Okay, so getting a bunch of useful materials as well. Okay. Fine. I didn't need my eyebrows. Okay, so let's reconfigure it over to the dump truck. And then we can go grab all the metal scrap. I'm all turned around now. There we go. But we can go and do that, and then I think we're gonna go check out another planet, see what else we can find so far as things going on. Because I'd like to try and get a feel for, like, when we go to these scrap planets, you know, how much variance there is, all that kind of stuff. Like, what constitutes a good scrap planet versus a bad scrap planet for this. Obviously, if I could find a situation similar to, what we had in the expedition where there's 3 dump yards real close to each other, I could see that being particularly valuable, where you could set up a spot like this and kind of do like what I'm doing here. You go to your first one, grab all the good stuff out, take it back, just get rid of all the junk real fast with this, loop on over to the next one. Also check to see if there are missions or quests or anything like that to facilitate processing garbage. what their rewards look like. I also think we have to find a use for the ferrite, because each one of these I'm getting is giving me just a bit of scrap. In addition to the nanites. I did launch that. I was curious if I had launched that or it was just like another pile. Alright. There we go. Yeah, because at this point we've got about 5,100 nanites doing this. So they don't need to respawn that badly. But you consider even some of like the best upgrades only take you like 50,000 nanites, which is still a lot. You know, you put in, if you can get like 5,000 in R2's effort, you're not talking a huge time investment to go and take a vehicle from like A rank to S rank doing something active versus, again, there is passive stuff you can do or glitchy stuff you can do to go much, much faster. And this is also with a vehicle that's got almost no upgrades because I have not been good about keeping up with my my exo vehicle upgrades and all that. Like, I've unlocked a bunch of them, but like actually going and purchasing and trading for them. Alright, so let's plan to switch you back over. But before we worry about any of that, let's take a little peek. So we have our quest computer. Do we see anything about garbage? No. Do we see anything I care about? I mean, the frigate's fine, but I'm not going to worry about that. Alright, but I would like to... because I can always return back there by just teleporting back to that base computer. So another experiment to have is if we can go to an extreme planet. Will I get more for my salvaging on an extreme planet? Do they have some type of like modifier of like, this is a paradise planet, this is an easy planet, this is a whatever? Because there is some things in the game that use those kind of things where you'll find a higher abundance of certain materials just by being on a more dangerous planet. Like, I'm really kind of curious about how a lot of that's going to end up being. I don't think it will, but there's only one way to find out. I'm also low-key hoping I could find a relatively flat pen. I found on my save off stream. Alright. Alright. Cargo available for interloper. Okay, so sell. Yeah, the Gek relic. Hey, have a giant mound of rusted metal. Oh, right, we did get dirt. I actually need the dirt. I remember where we found the dirt, but we ended up needing the dirt. Another thing that I haven't done that I should probably work on at some point is I have done almost nothing with the fossils. And it probably should be one of those things that I can go to a planet that has an extinct creature, get its fossils, do that whole bit, and start building up that. The big thing for that one is I think for me doing the fossil stuff, they're ugly. That's unfortunate. I say the big thing I'd want to do for the fossils is probably make it so that we would go into our like underwater base, the completely impractical, unreasonable one. Make the showrooms for the fossils and put them down there. Okay, meanwhile, by now... You're all back now, right? No. You're not. Okay, so I have 3. The fossil part of your museum is your least favorite part. That's a bummer to hear. Okay. Expedition defenses are boosted. We also have a bunch of other stuff here. Yeah, I think the reason these are all pulled out of here is I was looking for a better freighter. And when I had all those, like, on board, you know, if I traded the freighter right then and there, I would lose all of it. Yep. No, it's just the one we ended up with. I didn't go out of my way for it or anything. Alright, so we've already checked this place out, so let's jump to the next system. That was a distant system that we've already been to. Okay. So there's a purple star, is a dissonant purple star. So purple stars usually have a lot more extreme planets in them. So I'm curious if we can end up getting a salvage planet that is a dangerous planet. 2 planets, 1 moon. That's it. Okay, this system is a bust for any of that stuff. There's no salvage thing. Okay. Alright, don't be an abandoned station. Captain, the expedition goes well, but we require your assistance. Our geologist requires your assistance. The mining team have collected several rare ores, but we're struggling to analyze them. Perhaps if you were able to find some comparative data? Tell them to buy the data. You instruct the fleet to purchase data locally. The local Explorers Guild will be able to help. Alright, so I'm assuming this is an abandoned station just by the looks of it. Yeah, I'm thinking all the purple stars. I don't think I've seen a functional station at a purple star that wasn't a pirate station. It just might be the reality of it. We might just leave alone those ones. I'm gonna go check on the terminal back here and see if maybe these are done, but they don't appear to be done. Speak with the commander. Greetings, Captain. Expedition is covered. Okay, so you will, you're gonna take an extra 4 hours to finish that expedition. It's a biggie. Yeah, I think that's because the lore of those systems, you're added, stitch them together afterwards. No expedition, fleet standing by. Oh, okay. I forgot we had that issue. Do I have enough fuel to send out another fleet? Alright, so for our new expedition, this is a combat one. So we'll grab our raider, combat, and our support. You would need more dehydrogen, which I'm finding to be a constant issue, to be entirely honest. I'm gonna have to figure out a way to pretty consistently get more. Alright, so go to the green star so we know we get a station. Or actually, do we? I can't remember. Alright, let's go back here, do the scan of the system. Alright, so another system I won't be able to do the salvage stuff in. But that's okay, it's still worth us hitting the station. We can potentially get some goods out of it. Get some ranks if we have the right guilds and all that. Maybe some missions worth doing, because we want to keep an eye out to see if there are garbage collection missions. I don't think there will be. But I would like to, peek just in the off chance. And at some point, I want to get myself an S-class freighter. Even though I know they're extremely expensive and rare to find. And honestly, looking for them is a pain in the butt, because you just have to go up to each freighter, land, what class are you? Okay, you're not the class I'm looking for, move on. You might actually be able to call on the radio these days. Now, there's not really a practical reason to have more than A, because I want to say A can do all of the different mission types, as far as have them show up for your frigates. But, even if that is the case, you know, S-class. Alright, so what do you got for me? So I actually have all the things I want out of there. Mostly stuff like ship inventory expansions and all that, that's a big one. Alright. So grab that. I don't think that was what I actually needed. Okay, so that's too many. Alright. So we can run over here. Get our exosuit upgrade. Cash in some nanites. Okay, those are not worth selling in the future. How many nanites am I up to? 35. How much would it cost you to upgrade my staff? 62,000. And I can't add more slots until it's a higher level. Okay. So what we'll do here is hop in the teleporter because I had a couple. It was the settlements. There was something I noticed that needed to be dealt with. Oh no, I was wondering if I wanted to change my outfit. No, it's fine. I think we're good. Like, I need to be putting more effort into the settlements to keep them happy, but we've been poking... Oh, it was the settlements. That's right. Because I needed dirt for the one, and I forgot I had a bunch of dirt in storage, and so I wanted to queue that up. That's right. I remember now. I was like, there was a reason I was going to the settlement. So it's not you. It was this settlement. We should be able to go to the agricultural places, and we can chuck some dirt in there. And I haven't seen many opportunities to get dirt, which still weirds me out. That's like, wait, you just don't have planets with dirt? Like, I could get it that there's, like, good dirt and not as good dirt. Okay. View construction opportunity. Construction opportunity. Settlement expansion available. The citizens have submitted blueprints to develop a starship hub and an environmental control unit. Data indicates 57% approval for the starship hub, while 49% go with that. So both of them give me an increased capacity. Technically, the utility module gives me a higher level of productivity, but they want it, they got it. Now, unfortunately, this was the one I was planning on doing the upgrade to, and I'm pretty sure that takes on the upgrade thing. Whereas this would have been where we would have been the dirt. So, kinda got Bogarden on that one. Just making sure you're doing your thing just fine. $120 chromatic metal needed for the next stage. I'm glad I verified that. So let's go here. Put away the carbon. Do we have anything that would give me chromatic metal that I don't mind processing out of existence? I'm sure we do. I just desperately need to clear out inventory space. They gave me dirty bronze. I didn't mean to make more of it, but that's fine. You... We can actually access our storage container inventory from here, which is interesting. Okay, well that's doing its thing. Let's pop over here. We can't get this stuff out of here. So give me the nitrogen stuff. Give me that. I remember I needed that for something. It was like lubricant or something. That's exactly what it was. Alright, and let's see if that's enough chromatic metal. And your ETA is an hour, so we're not going to hang out for that. Cool. Well, I came back here with the intention of upgrading some of the agriculture stuff, but you know what? Getting a starport's pretty nice. So go ahead and check the other settlement. And we can just go right back over to our carrier, freighter, whatever. Move on to the next system, see if we can't find another scrap planet. Hopefully find a better one. Debrief the expedition. The citizen expedition has returned safely to the settlement. They conducted a test of the new underwater breathing system. They wish to thank the overseer for their generous support. We can take the nanites, or we can reduce the debt. We will reduce the debt, even though we are nowhere near actually doing anything at all about the debt whatsoever. Yep, we're still handily just losing money. But we've got this done. So an even better house. This should be the max rank. Okay, and you would need organic catalysts. So what do we need for an organic catalyst? These are probably things I should actually put some effort into. Probably. So the organic catalyst is enriched carbon and thermic condensate. Right, and we need sulfine and all that kind of stuff. So that's not happening. We have a small home. Pure ferrite is very doable. Pure ferrite is not going to be a problem. I believe we need to turn you back into pure ferrite. Let's get inside before that hurts us. And we can upgrade the next house. Yeah, so that's pretty much how you deal with the settlements. You just keep upgrading your buildings, and every once in a while be like, okay, A or B. And every time you do it, it should just inch the place to being a little bit better and a little bit better. Sometimes it'll let you do something where you hurt the town, but you cash in really quick. But broadly speaking, you'll gradually climb out of the hole kind of deal. Then it starts to become profitable, and that's when you get to like choose, okay, well, this is what we're producing here. And you don't get paid in just straight up credits. You get paid in whatever you like, whatever you're producing. So I should have. Did I not grab it? Let's say we should have some materials there from the other one. All right, now I can go to the small home. So that means you're now upgrading. And I've already gotten lost and don't know my way out. This building. But yeah, so we check on this. And you also have different categories. Like right now we don't have a production thing because this won't let me see the production until we get there. But this is an autophage planetary place. But other one I think was agricultural. So we can grow a bunch of plants and that kind of stuff. I'm sure there's people who've sat down and figured out, it's like, okay, this is the one you want. You can use it to make nanites using X, Y, Z, or whatever. I'm sure there's people who've, like, min-maxed that entire strategy to know, like, what to produce so you can take it back, you know, craft it one time, get a bunch of nanites or whatever. I haven't really bothered. Okay, probably should grab dehydrogen there, but we're already back, so we're moving on. So this system didn't have anything for us we care about too much. I go up here and we'll check out. They're all purple stars. So the only reason I'm trying to not do the purple stars is I want systems with space stations that I can potentially get missions from. And the purple stars have been, like, busted space stations, and we had one that was a pirate space station. Okay, and we scan the system real fast. All 3 planets, not useful for us. Honestly, to save me as much running around, it might be worth getting a non-Corvette ship in here at some point that's decent. Just for the sake of I don't have to, like, I don't have to teleport up here and then get back in the cockpit. I just jump in and go. Okay. I should probably check whenever we dock just to see if the local trade mentions the dehydrogen. That way we can get more raiders out and all that. Or frigates out. Plus then also if we take like a littler ship, I don't have to run over the teleport all the way over there and do all that. We'll just dock right over there. Alright, first up. You got anything we want? For rewards? Not really. Let's see if they got any of the things we'd want here. Gonna grab that so I have some extra, but otherwise I don't think we care. And run up to you. Mining beam upgrade. Give me that. Give me you. Give me the warp energy. I find like nothing but the Explorers Guild half the time. Alright. Let's get ourselves a upgrade to that. And juggling stuff around. That way we've got all the resistance stuff nearby each other. I don't really care about the artifact chart or anything like that. It's also nice that once you have a high enough rep, it's like every second or third jump you end up just getting a free a free thing of all that kind of stuff. Alright. That's what we can do here. Oh, right. Usually I just teleport back to the freighter versus flying over and, like, docking, undocking, all that kind of stuff. We can just teleport right up here. By teleporting directly to the freighter, I can just go up and then warp onto the next system if I don't have anything I care about. Oh. I just need to go and toss some more fuel in here real quick. So there's a matter beam. Man. Oh, we actually probably have enough of you. They've got 4, and that gives us the Interstellar Scanner, which gives us detailed economic conflict. I'm pretty sure we already have one of those, don't we? Yeah, so I actually already own an Interstellar Scanner. Yes, these just increase the jump distance. That lets us get to, like, this one lets you get to all the stellar bodies, but we'll want to get all those. These let us craft various things that we can then sell. Otherwise, we've got all this, which is the module stuff here. Yeah, teleport chamber, appearance pod, galactic trade, the scanner room, technology room, random bulkheads and all that, colors. I'll go ahead, even though I already have it, we'll just unlock the recipe. I will immediately go to my log here. Oh, it doesn't tell me that. Oh, we have community research. Gather data for the space anomaly. The space anomaly is accumulating data from travelers across multiple realities. As farther universal data, the Quicksilver Synthesis Companion will unlock additional collectibles. Exotic collectibles will be things there. Complete Nexus missions. Okay, it's just complete Nexus missions. I really wish there was stuff there that was not doing the Nexus missions. Don't care. These repeatable ones, I kind of wish you could just get rid of entirely and be like, I don't actually want those. That's the Explorer Guild thing. That's fine. But the point is... Okay, that's a pirate system. Means they won't have the normal things at the star. Okay. And again, no scavenging planets. Which is actually pretty bad luck. I've honestly found, like, every other system I usually find a scavenging planet these days. Which it's good, because you can get a bunch of your Corvette parts there. And Corvette parts, like, just going and collecting those can actually be pretty lucrative. You get a bunch that are kind of junk. There's also a bunch that are relatively good. Kill monstrosities. Okay, so excavate buried artifacts, and you're willing to give me fuel. And 500,000 units. I think I'm gonna skip it. Fuel is a relatively tempting prize. But I really just need a bunch of dehydrogen. We're lucky we go to the space station, they're trading, I might be able to score like 5, 6, 7, 800 all at once. And that'd be enough for a lot of frigate fuel. I'm honestly surprised how incredibly expensive it is to level up the staff. We're at only C tier, it's already like 65,000 nanites to level it up. But it is the staff. I'm imagining it probably scales up real well. Alright. Nothing to care about too much here. Check for the dehydrogen. I'm going to get the wiring looms. That's a solved problem now. I'm tempted to get the solar mirrors because they come up enough. They're not going to cost me much. Because then I can just go here and be like, alright, you on the ship, you on the ship. There's the wiring looms. I should have checked to see how much those stacked for, but that's fine. Oh, did I ever make the Atlas Pass 3? I don't think we did. The Atlas Pass 3 is just Emerald. Okay, that shouldn't be hard to make happen. Here we got a shield module. Grab you. I'm not going to worry about the toxic protection because I'm not going to use it. I don't have the space. Well, let's grab it. Most of those toxic protection modules and all that, they're the buffer kind, which isn't super helpful. Yeah, so that's where it's 100%. And those are fine. Like, it's good to have a little bit. Yeah, so it's giving us more shield health and strength. That's going to be maxed out soon as well. I'm just going to destroy that for wiring them. This is worth like 16 nanites or whatever. And part of the reason we're doing this whole circuit because I need the inventory things. So I want to try and snag those as fast as we can. Interesting that's got... Oh, it's letting me know that the freighter wouldn't accept a pirate one. I was just confused about the skull lock. I was like, but I'm not a pirate station. Alright. So as we're continuing to get these upgrade things... That's a pirate system. Alright, 2 planets, 4 moons. Or sorry, 4 planets, 2 moons. Okay, ancient bones. Alright, there is salvage scrap on a fiery planet. There is salvage scrap on a boiling planet. So we got 2 contestants here for potentially good one. And Dematau, because it's got activated copper, it tells me that's an extreme planet. So that planet there might actually be a good contestant for the R1. It also could be a thing, like I mentioned before, that one of the things I could potentially work on as well is starting to put the fossils together. The only problem I find with the fossils is they tend to be incredibly obnoxious on what they do with your inventory. Like, they just take up lots of space because each part is its own inventory item. So you can just end up with an inventory full of junk. Anything on the mission radar? Yeah, so it's just still going to be the same things. And those ones, I would be... So, like, I'd be more keen to take them, but just the way those work is they log you into what's effectively multiplayer, even if you're still solo. Which means it won't, like, if you get disconnected so far as, like, the game crashes or whatever, it won't remember your last position, or if the game crashes or whatever, it literally won't save your position anymore until you finish it. And some of them can just take a while. It's one of my things that's a bit irksome to me, is that those are, like, the missions on your ship aren't just missions, they're multiplayer even if you solo them. I do wish it was like the missions, like you'd go to your agent right here. Like, I want a computer that's effectively interacting with that agent right there, so I can go into the system and be like, what's there? And that once we get our slots filled, I don't have a reason to go to the station unless it's like turn something in or whatever. Okay, so what do we got here? Kill 4 Sentinel quads for the mercenary, which I can't do because I don't have the standings. Find missing persons. So I need to sit down and actually work on getting my mercenary guild rank and all that. Alright, so I'll buy your chromatic metal so I don't have to make more of it anytime soon. Because that's the thing, so like that, you can just go up here. Except I keep finding no one but the Explorers Guild. Okay, so I've hit the point that those are overloading. So we got 30, 33, 30, 33, 34, 34. Alright, so you're the worst one. So we're going to dismantle that since I got it for free. It probably isn't going to give me any good materials. And then you... Are you just going to be a buffer? You're just the buffer, so I'm going to disassemble that. It is nice that you can get, like I said, warp fuel almost every other time. I'm, like, on a net game for warp fuel. In theory, that means if I kept jumping systems, walking out, I could turn a profit just doing that. It'd be obnoxious to play that way. But it's fine. Alright. So, I almost went and jumped back in there. We actually had stuff to check in this system. There are 2 potential planets for seeing if we can't get ourselves a better salvage operation. There's one that's got extreme weather that we don't really know the details on. It looked like it was going to be fire and hot and awful. And I think the other one was also a hot planet. Like, one was boiling and the other was whatever. So, yeah, so there's low atmosphere. That's not the one we're looking for. Can I mark it? There we go. There you are. So check out the moon, which is a boiling moon. We can get activated copper there. I'm not too worried about that. But the curiosity here is if I go and I start doing the collecting the trash on this planet, will the yield of the trash be changed based on the conditions of the planet I'm getting it from? I don't think it will. But, you know, And I'm also suddenly realizing a boiling moon probably means a water planet, which might kill that immediately. No, maybe it's not that. I can't see anything. Alright, so we definitely have storm crystals on the surface here, which isn't super shocking. We do have a building of some kind up ahead. I'm actually surprised you that scanned that far out. I wonder what is that just pulsing my scanner. I saw that from like 2 minutes away. This'll just have to do. I can't see anything. Combustible duff, ever-present problems. Extreme weather planet detected. This looks much less terrible than flying through it. Okay, well, I didn't mean to fall underground, but that'll protect me from the firestorm outside for a minute. Okay, so what's it saying for the animals before I start trying to do any effort into discoverability? So there's 11. Is underground rare? Yes, it is. So I will scan stuff that's convenient, but I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to bother unless I happen to look and just see it down here with me, but not seeing it. Okay. So, we can go ahead and scan here real fast. Waste production detected. Where? Okay, that's far enough. I think we fly. Now, this is the type of planet you want to be responsible for, you know, putting out garbage, like collecting the garbage on. So then ideally what we would like to find over here is one that would actually give us more results from it, because this looks like it's a relatively flat planet. Like there's the plateaus, but I didn't get to look too much, but it didn't look nearly as nasty as that ice planet we were on. So far as terrain, it obviously was actively on fire, which maybe should account for something. But we could always go and maybe get lucky here and find ourselves some place to pick up garbage. All right. Where? Well, that's already going to not go well. One of the things is embedded in the wall. Well, oh wait, it'd be over there. So that immediately causes the problem. I'm not going to be able to use that one. Because I can't dig the other thing out of the wall. So what I could do here is... go up to space, face south, take a little bit of a loop around. And that should take me about a quarter of the way around the planet to a third of the way up around the planet. Which should be plenty far enough that that no longer is the closest salvage area. And the cragginess may have been worse than I initially planned. Nothing else, just the poor visibility is certainly a problem. Okay, if we end up having it where it goes like all the way back to that previous one, then we'll write this planet off. Okay. Could you give me an idea how far that is? Alright, we'll go to the ship because it looks like it's far away. Okay. Why are you being weird about actually giving me that time? I have a bad feeling it's taking me right back to the same one. We won't even bother, like, docking. We'll just go down. If it looks like it's in the hole, we'll just assume it's the same one. And we'll switch planets and just kind of write this one off as just not gonna work, world gen shenanigans. Assuming I can see what the heck is going on. I'm gonna have to get out. I can't see at all what's going on out there. Yep, that's the same one. This planet is a bust, as far as I'm concerned. Alright, so then this planet, the one across from it, the fiery planet, that's our next contestant. Now, I really did want to test if the extreme weather world gave better returns. Like I said, I don't think it will. Well, we found already a place to pick up garbage. So that's encouraging. And 2 rare undergrounds, so we're definitely not looking for the animals here. Alright, and how are we looking so far as you go? Waste processing plant is 4 minutes that way. That's reasonable. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to really use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, and we're back. Okay, so we are ready to bathe ourselves in fire. What are you looking at, weird dinosaur thing? Oh, good. The fiery Okay, it still ended up in there. The fiery planet is covered with highly volatile cargo. Okay. So this time I have no idea what type of terrain we're going into here. We're just grabbing all the good stuff first. Then we're going to top it off with all the just whatever stuff. I see you hiding in their highly volatile cargo. Okay, is that all the good stuff? Any more radioactive, toxic, explosive? No? Alright, so now we're just a regular old boring metal. Okay. Alright, I think that's what we're gonna get away with. And by that I mean, we're probably not gonna get away with it, but how much we're loading up. So we got all the special goodies and a bunch of just random metal. So we're aiming to get over to this spot. It's a 4-minute trek away. Got ramped up a little on that. I figured I wanted to prioritize okay, we keep throwing that one out, we are going to have a problem. Okay. Alright, there's a big hole ahead of us on the left. Alright, it's looking pretty craggy over there. Okay, just regular metal garbage. There you are. I thought I saw one pop off. Okay. So it looks like it's a cave on a lot of this side. Because sometimes you go down to these and get extra stuff, so while I'm in the neighborhood... Okay, volatile garbage. Where to farm some straps to hold on. Sorry. Those don't exist in this world. Trucks are a new invention, just came out 2 days ago. Alright, meanwhile, since we're in the neighborhood, we could pop in here and sometimes you get some easy goodies out of this. Okay. The lights on the electronics lifeform's masks are dim. Their voice is weak. They look at you with mild interest, but it seems their mind is already elsewhere. Disconnection. Entity. Korvax echoes. With their speech finished, the entity lights fade for the final time. And that's that. All that's left is a satisfied electrical hiss. Wait. I wait, giving the now empty shell a moment of peace. It's hard not to look at it as a body. After a moment, energized lights flare to life in the mask casing. A fresh entity emerges and greets me with gifts. Alright. Unknown entity, Korvax. You trade? Alright, I don't imagine we're gonna have anything here we want. Yeah, so it gave me a Korvax standing, which is always a plus. I'll actually buy your salvage data. It's a pain to go collect that, since the hitboxes are so unreliable with it. Alright. We're over halfway there. Okay. Come on. It's looking like it's having some weird things, like we sunk in the ground or something there. Alright, more explodey bits. You got radioactive bits. Alright, I'll just run down here real fast and just do this. Okay, learn the word fascinating. It. Scan the things that are within visible range, just because. Alright, let's see what you got for me. As you look upon the ancient relic, a strange feeling grips hold of me. My vision begins to swim. I am here, but not here. Korvac echoes, will. The Traveler. Korvac echoes, will. Traveler's technology. A tiny floating of terahedrons emerge from the planet's surface and surround me. I try to wave them away with my multi-tool, but each time they swarm closer to it, as if attracted to it somehow. I raise her multi-tool and they shimmer blue as they dart this way and that, closer and closer. They are within touching distance of my multi-tool. They make a final surge. Let them in. My multi-tool is glowing blue, and the color spreads, sweeping up my arm. The sun surge, electrical glow reaches my brain. I pass out. I awake, reality is restored, and I find myself in possession of a new piece of multi-tool technology. Okay. Did I, though? Because I still got my hyperdrive thing here to install. But I sure don't see a thing of multi-tool technology on me or my exocraft. Yeah, I forgot about the discordant interfaces. As the Alantinum floods the monolith, images flood into my head, seizing my mind as their own. I find myself floating across the surface of the world. I see it all. Every rock, every tree, every creature. They are safe. I am safe. Shells still feel their ancestor. Look, the eyes feel their despair. Then I feel it. A pain, sharp, deep and piercing. My vision flashes red. I am hurled around. I see my tormentor. A vandal, thoughtlessly vaporizing the minerals that surrounded them. Each atom, they claim, rips at the fiber of my being. Warn the vandal. I signal to the invader, warning them of the terrible crime they are committing. They ignore my desperate pleas and turn their weapons upon me. As my shell is vaporized, my piercing heat, their multi-tool, I find my final moment is a comfort. It is that has taken pain, this pain, not the planet. The vision fades, the reality returns. So I learned a new word, and they damage my shields. All the health bars and all the junk in the back of my truck. I can't see anything other than I know stuff is falling out of my truck. Man, what I would do for better headlights. Better headlights. A flashlight that, you know, was at least like more than 10 lumen. Ow. Well, that's at least one container destroyed. Yes, the problem is I can't see anything. And it's not a very fun problem. There's just a lot of planets that this is the issue, where it's not just nighttime, it's just utterly, utterly darkness nighttime. Please get out of my way. Okay. No, why are you... that's boomies. It wasn't turning, it was driving straight. I'm like, but why? I'm not facing that way. I need you to not just fall off the mountain, please. Okay. So, I'm definitely learning I should go from the drop-off point to the pickup point to scout things out first. Wifey.
What's it like being the most handsome boy in the entire world?
I wouldn't know.
How's your turkey?
It's good so far. I've had only like a couple pieces.
Does it taste hickory?
I mean, it tastes good.
Okay. It has to be.
Enough. All right. So we definitely got a bunch of scrap here. Because all these equate to basically free nanites, so... Oh, that was like a sentinel pylon right there. Alright. I'm still expecting to get more, like, sets of wheels and all that we can use by continuing to recycle things. Okay. So if we jump in you now... We do a scan for a nearby trash place. How nearby? Was that the way we came, though? Capital shit's over there. I don't think it was, because we... No, it wasn't. Okay, so that's where we have one dump. There's another dump over here. The interesting consideration is this dump is farther away than our ship is, and our ship is at the other dump. Which is very curious. Right now, we're just going to make our way over to the dump over here. You know, if we see anything, like, interesting along the way, we can stop on the way. We're not going to start loading up the trash until the return trip. Because most likely, I'm going to mostly fill up the trash at the dump. So I want to deal with that when we get there. Like a meteor shower up ahead. What metal are you again? Phosphorus. I was just curious. Makes sense, it's a fire planet. Because there was something I needed emerald for, and I don't remember what it was. And that definitely wasn't emerald because it was red, and the emerald would be green. We'll have to go and check all that stuff. I am enjoying watching the meteor shower. Alright, well that's gonna be a rough hill to go down. We'll come back up with stuff. Okay. I definitely feel like one thing I would like to get, like not right this second as a priority, it's probably I need to take some time and work on getting the Exocraft modifiers. To my knowledge, the only way to reliably get them is to buy them. I know there's ways to earn them, but I'm not sure of any ways that are consistent. Like, for certain mission types I could do to try and go out of my way to get, like, you know, S rank for the engines and all that garbage. And it looks like we're also missing our things. Because I was looking at the exo-vehicle person, and he's just kind of been chilling, being like he needs time to think or whatever after he gave me a bunch of boosts or whatever. I'm 100. Thanks so much for the 350 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Catch the last 350 streams, not miss a single one. It's also possible I'm going to get over here, and there'll be a different place we can return to. I do not know the frequency of these kind of things showing up. Oh, if you're going to be right there, I'll grab you. Might as well keep getting word. Okay, and there's the trash spot up ahead. Okay, so last one we did end up... Ooh. Ancient data structure. Alright, I'll take some free nav data. I'm pretty bad about, like, almost never using the nav data, but, you know. The surface of this planet is crowded with stuff. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Got radioactive. Toxic. 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 volatile. Rest of that's all junk. Got more toxic. Radioactive. It's having problems because those plants have a weird hitbox to them. So it's thinking I'm trying to pick up the plant with the grav gun. Okay, let's take a look. Is the rest of this all just metal scrap? I think it is. Oh, we got one volatile snuck underneath there. Otherwise, the rest is all just metal. Okay. I suddenly came to the realization, I'm already loaded so I'm not going to do it this time, that what I could do is keep the supplies on me for reconfiguring, drive over to a place like this, reconfigure over to the, reconfigure over to like the dump truck kind of thing, just chuck it all in, all that stuff that's not special, and then reconfigure back to this to haul the good stuff away. Okay, you 5 minutes back the way we came? Where are you? That's looking like it's 5 minutes back the way we came. That it is. Oh, we got volatile. Okay, nothing special in that set. All right. We're just cruising along, trying to not hit too many bumpy areas. Oh, well, I'm glad I needed to go back to this one. I forgot that I actually have to go back to the interface there. I think it's going to give me a multi-tool. That's why I didn't get my upgrade, because I didn't click the button to collect it. Because I forgot how it works, because it's been more than 2 seconds since I played the game. Okay. Now I need for the next thing to unlock for mods for these is one, changes to the flatbed so you can make stuff stick better. or like have higher ridges or whatever, that'd be a chassis upgrade, and we already know there's not one. But, you know, stuff to get to stay in the bed a little bit better. Or actually adding, like, a suspension kit to reduce the amount of bounce that's happening in the chassis. Like, just smooth ride suspension or whatever. So also looking for more garbage, we're not seeing any all of a sudden. There's a little. Okay, it's all junk. And we could tag the save point. It would be nice if they gave us a little bit easier time, so like as we're traversing the map, being able to grab more from the vehicle's cabin. There we got volatile. All right. You're 1 minute. They're detecting some kind of building right over here. And we learned the word do. Okay, that's farther away. Okay. So biggest thing here is finding our way up over the hill. Because both the new place, the thing you need to go back to and double check the relic on, and all that are over this hill. There is a volatile one in there. Oh, you know what I'm betting? Those ones that look like cabinets, I'm betting that's the ones that give you like random materials like phosphorus and all that. So the other ones just probably just straight up give you scrap or whatever, or nanites. But that specific style does give you the extra things. It'd make a lot of sense. One second. Before we worry about that more, I think there's a wrecked ship down there. Not a wrecked ship, but you by yourself. Analyst Entity Dave. A traveler, is here. Mortal life, I will. The Korvax serenely navigates a train here, apparently impervious to the boiling surface in their synthetic casing. After performing swift analysis of my equipment, they freely recharge my hazard protection. Cool. Thank you for the free hazard protection boost. And a tiny bit of nanites. Oh no, it's a pirate raid on Dave. Just Dave. Oh, or there's a settlement ahead of me. That makes way more sense. I was like, wow, what'd Dave do? Let's not drive over to the violent attack with highly volatile stuff in my vehicle. Was there not 2 pieces that fell off? I guess not. Okay. Yeah, that's all junk. I must have fallen off my vehicle in the first pass. This must have been when I was driving through in the dark and I couldn't see what fell off. Pretty sure I just saw the metal thing pop right back off again. Okay, now there's radioactive over here. Okay, meanwhile, let's actually finish this thing. The interface glows at Lutetium, still rippling through its core. The very stone seems to shift, its cold polished surface rearranging itself into a piece of technology. Okay. I mean, I'll take it even if I don't plan. Oh, I have to buy it. That's right. That's right. There's always a disappointing thing about these. Like, they're cool kit. But you unlock it with the resources, and then you get the opportunity to buy it. Oh, right. We already checked that. It was just junk. Alright, now let's go down the hill and get all the stuff that fell. Because apparently every time I go this way, everything's pitch blackness. Can't see at all. Okay. Alright, let's get you out of the way. All that for metal scrap. Okay. Oh, there must have been a hole down there somewhere. Alright. Yeah, so I think we'll probably, once we get this load, we'll leave this planet. Because, one, the train is actually pretty garbage. And two, it's just too dark way too often. Okay. All right. I believe where we're going, yeah, it's right down there. Problem is I can see absolutely nothing. I want a plant that, like, the planet itself has, like, bioluminescent grass so you can always see no matter what's going on. Or, like, it's got 3 suns, so it's always daytime. Okay, finally. Yeah, it also doesn't help that there's a cliff on that side and a cliff on the other side, too. Alright, so at least we got this empty. We're gonna get our payout. Okay. At least the sorting's nice and easy, where they have both symbols and colors. So, like, if you're somewhere who had, like, a color deficiency, when you grab the containers, they spin up to you, and you can see, like, there's that little radioactive label or whatever. They even have, like, a pattern to them as well. Like, this is a fairly light uniform color. That's a fairly dark uniform-ish color with, like, a little bit of white in there. And this has, like, a dark and a very light color. They've definitely done a good job of making it so this should be very friendly for people with color blindness, that you've got 3 different ways to distinguish them that, you know, one of them is color, but you got 3 different ways to distinguish them. It's like you do 2 other options without color, which is way better than a lot of games do. A lot of games will be like, green, good, red, bad. What do you mean this is the most common type of color blindness that impacts, like, more than 10% of the human population, or whatever it is? I don't remember the actual percent. It's not 10%, it's something like 5. But it's, like, very, very common. Alright. So with that, if we check our log, how are we doing so far as our trash? So we've made about 6,000 nanites. We've actually gotten more than 16 of all the different trash types. I'm curious if this will just stay this way forever. Or if, like, at some point this will talk about being like, you've got everything. Hey, Ultra, how's it going? May I see the curse system? I will show you the curse system. Give me 1 second to, because that's our other game mode. Yeah, 13 seconds ago save. That's a perfect time for a save. So for those who haven't seen our curse system that we made, I think our character's in it. Worst case, I can just teleport straight to it. But first of all, can I get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, who's another fantastic content creator on the platform. Also been doing some No Man's Sky recently, but does like a lot of simulation games, a lot of similar content to what we've got going on here. Alright, so what system am I currently in? This is not the cursed system. But we can get to the cursed system pretty easily. Let's see. Because we just fly straight up here. And then go to our freighter. We can use the teleporter in our freighter to hop straight to the curse system. Oh, I gotta top up my fuel. Not that fuel. Oh, well. Oh, good, we made it here in time. Alright. Right, there's your docking points for the Corvette. Okay. So we can pop on down here real fast. And I'll just show the, I'll show everyone my home system on the not permadeath run real quickly. And then we'll do a little bit of a tour because there's a couple different things to check out in it. But then we will pop back over. I'm going to ignore the fact that there's something done. Oh, right. This freighter doesn't have a teleporter. One moment, we could still do this. Just minor detour. It is to say that I got a bunch of different ships, so like, I've got, you know, I got spoiler and spoiler ships that I won't spoiler people on. This is just a Corvette we're in. Yeah, so I can just go to the station and do the exact same thing. Oh yeah, I forgot our ship, the Utter Abomination Mark 1. Because we just slapdashed this as much as we had to make it work. Yeah, so I can just go to the space station and use the teleporter in here. I actually like the Corvette I have in the Permadeath save more, even though this one's a class higher and all that. Just all the phase beams. There's a very big satisfaction of just kind of like Death Starring enemies, which is a big, like, you know, line just scrapes across the sky and everything that's there is just gone. Alright, so the teleporter should be right over here. Alright, so let's check out I Made a Terrible Home. Warp to I Made a Terrible Home. Which we made this place on stream and all that stuff. So don't worry about like the actual building part of this. So the weather here is eternal cyclones. Now, before we go outside, this is kind of a gnarly planet. It's a kind of gnarly, awful planet. Welcome to my paradise. It even has tornadoes that suck you up into the sky. It's always actively on fire with lightning storms everywhere at all times of the day and night. It's a lovely place. There's a reason I named it I Made a Terrible Home. This is actually fairly calm. Now you'll notice even with end game equipment, my shields are just demolishing right now. Let me step inside and top this off real fast. So like even with all like the resistance stuff, this is about as bad as it gets for these kind of planets. Alright. So oh, right. And then I also have like I pull oxygen on it and all that. The oven plant. Well, it's honestly the tornadoes that are the worst one. You get pulled into them and they get chucked across the environment. They'll smash you into the ground and all sorts of stuff. I'm gonna actually have a couple of waypoints over there that I've got actually a bunch of really good ore in range of here where I've got the drill set up. But this isn't the worst that this gets. That's actually, so like, ambience-wise that delivered, but not seeing the tornadoes is certainly a thing. Okay. So then if we go into space, the space station in our system is non-functional. So yeah, we've got the planet, I Made a Terrible Place, where has my base, my terrible home. We also have the Happy Harbor, which I'll show you in a minute. The Boring Bounce House, which only has, like, it's just low gravity. We've got Disappointment, which has wonderful animals such as fear, terror, horror, anxiety, dread, panic, worry, and apprehension. We have the Dive Bar of Disappointment, where we've got such wonderful creatures as damp chips, popcorn, dry poutine, plain wings, sweet chili, oatmeal raisin cookies, jello salad, and undercooked crinkle cut fries. Endless Envy. Oh, right, and these are just all plays in the word envy. But Happy Harbor is probably the one we need to look at the most. if I can remember how to tag that to go to it. Because Happy Harbor, if I could find my way out of the atmosphere of this gargantuan, awful planet. There we go. But pretty much every single planet on this system is its own form of nightmare. Definitely the weather on the main planet that we were just on is the worst. But, like, there's a planet that is just all sorts of, like, gravity nonsense and all that going on. The one is just barren and has nothing of interest, where all of the rocks are named a rock but boring, a rock but bland, a rock but stale. There's a theme. So welcome to Happy Harbor. Also, almost all the planets are pink to red because of the gas giant. Don't mind me. So let's just find a place to bounce and check out the local fauna. This seems like a good spot for checking out the local fauna. Oh, also, just because I haven't done it in a while because the other save's permadeath. Let's go ahead and have ourselves a nice little journey. So check out the local fauna. They're adorable. So local fauna friends. That'll be Nuzzler Nancy. So we got a couple Nuzzler Nancys running around. Which one are you? Nestling Ned. We got the few not nightmares thing, like the huddling Harry. I was really trying to find words from nestling and nuzzling and cuddling and all that. Snuggles McGee. But yeah, so all of the nightmare fuel on this planet, and they all have names like Curling Carl, Snoozing Sam, Nuzzling Nancy, Mr. Cuddles. They're pretty much all nightmare fuel. This is actually the least awful planet on this one, because sure, the bugs all look terrible, but generally speaking, they're actually pretty chill. Versus all the other planets have like active nightmare scenarios, like super duper hostile sentinels and, you know, horrific weather. But yeah, no, it's a fun system, and it's all my fault. Not only the naming, but redacted, because there's spoilers if I explain more. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and jump back over the ship. Because then we can just jump into the cockpit and jump back out of the cockpit to set a save point. And get back out of the seat. And now it's saved. And we'll switch back over to Permadeath. So the interesting thing is my permadeath save is actually farther along than that one is. That one's got a couple of things that I haven't done yet, whereas the permadeath has done pretty much literally everything in the game at this stage. Including that one, except we have other nightmares in ours. Alright. And we had just emptied this, and I said this planet sucked and I was going to leave this planet. Oh wait, is that a Sentinel base, or is that a trade post? I may have misjudged you. You might be a trade post up here. Oh, hey. Just clean up a little bit of this pollution here. Okay. Thanks for showing you around. No problem. I'm very proud of the nightmare fuel that I've made. I'm gonna probably, if you're gonna hang out for a couple minutes, I don't know how long you're here for, I'm going to probably check out the different nightmare fuel that is this one. What is this? What am I looking at here? Oh, it's just a trade hub. And I could borrow this cleanup. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and get you to land where you can. Because then I will show you the bottom of everything. Which is a different kind of nightmare. Not as dramatic a nightmare as I would say the airplane. Oh, this is not a good place. Alright, turn that way around. Because I'm pretty sure we have our carrier in there. But the consensus of this is that this system, not great for my salvage operations. Now I just gotta figure out where my freighter is. I still need to get the thing that this one's behind the our save is upgrading our tools. I'm using a C rank multi-tool, and I'm using a C rank freighter. I believe my Corvette is an A rank, I think. But that's because I got ones that, I mean, the freighter's not the case, I just need to get a new freighter. But the multi-tools, I went out of my way to get a freighter. I don't care about... Well, those are overlapping. That's... Alright, well, I don't care about the derelict freighter, which has now vanished from existence because it's conflicting with my freighter. Alright. With this one, we teleport down. Alright. But what I can do here is go to the front of my freighter, because we were going to leave this system here in a second anyways. Let me pop over here to my teleporter, which is there. And we can visit the bottom of everything. Because this is my nightmare planet and this one, which is a very different kind of nightmare. I'm proud of my nightmare planets. It's always nice to have a good planet you can go to and be like, this place is awful. Especially when they're your fault. So, this is a very different nightmare. You look outside and it looks way less awful. Just some coastal storms, the sentinels are corrupted, maybe 92 degrees Celsius outside, not a big deal. It is an outlaw system. Until we step out this door and you realize that I'm actually incredibly deep underwater and dying to hyperpressure. That we are on the very bottom of an incredibly deep ocean. So we quickly go here. And that the water is 130 degrees Celsius somehow, don't worry about it. And yeah, it is just the dark abyss with awful things that go bump in the night. Yeah, like those are just normal seahorses, nothing to worry about. Okay. Let's get back into the ship before I die. Alright, so just recharge a lot of our things for no discernible reason. I have a lot of these just need topped off anyways. But yeah, there's some fun stuff down here. We look at the discoveries on this planet. So we actually got, this fish is cool. I just like this fish. The glorious existential crisis fish, which the reason we say that is apparently this fish is haunted by the realization that land wonders live beyond its existence. And it'll just never see them. So this fish realizes it's trapped in the ocean and will never see the larger space and cosmos, but is aware that that is a thing. I've just got the ebony seahorse. It's just a really cool seahorse. A full seafood platter, which just looks like a weird shrimp thing, until you realize it's 36.4 kilograms and half a meter tall. Then it gets a little bit of a different connotation, and then just a normal squid that happens to be giant. But it's just a giant squid that's completely and utterly normal in pretty much every way. But I like this fish. It was a pain in the butt to find it, but the fact that there's this adorable little fish that's just in the bottom of the ocean here and is just a perpetual living existential crisis amuses me greatly, and is also pretty sad. So let's check on our settlements, and then we're going to check out to see if we can't find another system that'll be better for our dump truck needs. Because the dump truck is the new mechanic that came out with the expedition. And so I'm looking for a planet that is not awful for dealing with it. We have had okay results. Alright, let's check in our settlements. Don't mind the radioactive dust clouds and the forever hostile things. Alright, so we're going to greet the new visitor. A visitor, maintenance construct Eurycria, has demanded an audience with the Overseer. They are an envoy, though they will not reveal their patron. They present plans for Plasma Extractor as a gift for the settlement. So we can either take it or not take it. Well, I'm certainly going to take it. Alright, so let's see how our settlement's looking now. So we are currently producing about 200,000 credits worth of goods a day, at a cost of about 400,000 a day. Hi.
I'm gonna head downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Probably not.
I know.
It's okay.
But remember that I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so apparently that just gave us increased productivity. Alright, meanwhile, is our building upgrading? Oh, right, they were building a brand new building over here somewhere, I believe. I don't honestly remember. There it is. Oh no, this wasn't the one building the new building. This was the one that we were upgrading the housing. Let's get our upgraded housing. So we're going to want to keep upgrading our settlements so that, one, they're not horrifically indebted. And then two, that we can improve things. But also, even though I'm pretty sure I know what your plans are for the week. Alright, we can go ahead and make you Class A. But, I assume you're doing a bunch of No Man's Sky for the week? Because no, I know that was something that you had mentioned. That's the agriculture. I don't remember what building that is. Unlike the other one where I'm really easily able to tell my buildings apart, this one I struggle to tell which is my main building. You didn't see if you got one before? Yeah, no, they did. Alright, so we can go to our settlements, go to the other one. Alright. And No Man's Sky is absolutely one of those games that you can drown yourselves in too many things. Okay. Pioneer Onsk and Citizen Fets are rivals for stewardship of the power module. Their relations deteriorated over the piece of fast-spreading gossip that aunts failed to suppress. Pets has become obsessed, stalking aunts at their home. Alright, so we have two rivals, fair enough. The relationship has deteriorated over, like, gossip that has been spread that aunts failed to suppress. Okay, what? So Onst was supposed to suppress some gossip, and Fest is obsessed with Onst. That is... So I'm not sure what dismiss everyone is. Which party should be fined? I'll fine you. You're stalking. I don't fully understand everything going on there. So I'm just going to turn to finding the one that is definitely doing something that's arguably criminal. Right, so you are producing more of those. Did you finish that building that you started here? There was a building way back here somewhere. No, you are working on it. Is it stalled, though? That's the question. It is stalled. Okay, so Starship Hub. You are awaiting Aronium. Okay. I don't remember at all what Aronium is, but that's fine. The question is, do I have what I need to make it right now? And I'm hoping the answer is yes. Yeah, and... there's your Aronium. Get back to work. Because unlike the other settlement, which is non-functional for the most part, this settlement, on the other hand, is genuinely productive. Alright, so now we are going back to our freighter to move on to the next system. And, you know, find more place to play Tonka trucks. As far as things that we're actually wanting to get progress on, is I would like more nanites. I've got stuff I want to upgrade and they need nanites for. The salvaging thing seems goodish to okay for nanites. Not good, but like not horrendously bad. Alright, I want to go to populated systems, not a pirate system. At some point, I do need to sit down there and just really get down with the outlaws to level up our standings. It's one of the things I've done only a little bit in this playthrough. Mostly because all of their contracts are like either fight thing or take thing from A to B is quite frequent. And then a lot of cases, making them happy through those contracts can get you in trouble with the other ones and lose your standings, which isn't that big a deal. Okay, so you don't have what we're looking for. None of these planets have salvage available, so we're not going to be worrying about doing the Tonka truck nonsense. But we will go to the station real quick. Because if we go to the station, then we can grab ourselves another inventory slot, potentially get ourselves a couple missions worth doing. Not that I've seen any in a good while. We can get our free piece. Let's check the mission radar. And I don't care about any of those. They usually have to be pretty solid rewards for me to consider the that mission computer. Just because I don't like that the mission computers technically consider you as a multiplayer, even if you're not. And that means it won't save your position and nonsense like that. So I really dislike the mission computer on the Corvette. I wish it worked differently. But the regular agent missions, those are fine. Alright, so let's take a look around here. So we got our agent. Wish that wasn't an Explorers Guild one, because my Explorers Guild is maxed out. We're also looking for more dehydrogen, and I can go to the surface and get it. It's not that bad. But I'm also very lazy. But really like to just be able to buy it. And we can check up with you. Okay, that's a big one. Ship inventory size. Grab the mining beam, grab the free fuel. I don't need any more of those. Okay, so we got some big ones here. Alright, so that's officially overloaded now. Alright, so it's looking like the overloaded beams and all that stuff. Probably the ones we want to get rid of. It's looking like this one up here is probably my worst one I've got now. Go ahead and store that. We can go over here and expand our inventory spots. And then last but not least, the Envoy was kind enough to give us a thing for expanding our ship spots. Okay. And then with that, we had nothing else in the system we cared about. It's a bit of a dud system for what we're currently working on. And I mentioned this earlier, one of the things I probably will want to do is if we get to a system that we can salvage and has the skeletons, I don't know if those can be together. If we hit a system that's got that on the same planet, I think I'd like to start working on some of the skeletons. It's not something I'm particularly caring about, but it's something we haven't done much of in the first place, so it's just one of those projects that we can knock out, make stuff happen. How much money do I have? Probably have like 200,000, something like that. Or 200 million, not 200,000. 200 million. I really should be on the lookout for another freighter. Which is why I had yoinked all the systems off this one. Alright, so salvageable scrap on a humid planet. Ancient bones on that one. Okay, so we do have a planet that has a potential of being a place to go scavenge for more garbage. Because we have noticed it does keep track of how much cumulatively you've scrapped ever. And we've gotten unlocks through that. So I do kind of want to see where that'll go. Like, we got ourselves all sorts of different attachments to it. It feels like there's definitely gonna be more. I think it's like an RNG that's not like you hit 100 and then you get like whatever. I think it's each time you pop a box, there's a chance you get stuff. Alright, so let's go to the station, check for missions. And then we're going to go ahead and hit up the planet for the salvage stuff. What we might end up doing is, instead of doing just like the salvage stuff for so much of the stream, we've been doing a bunch of that. We might start mixing in a couple things, like maybe I'll do some outlaw missions. You know, we could also check to see on the guild or whatever. What I'm trying to do over time is like fill in any of these groups that we're not maxed with. Because if we check our catalog here, we check our reputation. So like the Merchants Guild, we're at the highest rank. The Mercenaries Guild, if I get 29 more points, we're at the highest rank. We're at the highest rank for the Explorers. The Outlaw, we're at rank 3. And then we're pretty far up in autophage. But it's gonna take a little while. Okay. So the Mercenaries Guild, they want us to do planetary trades. Take a photo of a minor settlement for a ship augmentation. I actually really dislike... I really dislike the photo missions, because you actually do take a screenshot. And I don't want a bunch of screenshots randomly here, because it does save those to my hard drive. It's not the end of the world, but it would be nice if I didn't have to do that. Give me the copper so I don't have to collect it. I don't get those very often, though. Pulse engine module. There's some fuel. Alright. So I'd want to get that up there where these are. So store that technology. Not using that gun at all. So put you up there so those all boost off of each other. Cool. And grab our inventory upgrade. So that just means we need to get the minor settlement thing. I imagine we're probably getting to the point that they're almost out of inventory slots to upgrade on the top part, which will be nice. Because definitely getting all those inventory slots filled in just is such a quality of life of not having to inventory juggle nearly as much, so I can just full-on greed. And then still have inventory problems because I end up with 30 stacks of the same thing. Alright, so unfortunately you want me to take a picture of a specific one. Be the right planet? It is not. That's fine. We'll take this photo real fast. Remember how it makes us laugh? I don't remember the song Photograph well enough to meme with that more. Okay. So I'm gonna get our photograph here. And then we're gonna check out the salvage planet. We will see if the creatures here are gonna be a pain to scan or relatively easy to scan. If they're easy to scan, we'll knock them out. If it's gonna be one of those ones where I gotta run around in a cave for 20 minutes trying to get the one to spawn, we'll just move on. We won't even attempt it. Okay. And let's see, what is the animal situation? Underground rare, 2 of them? Nope. We do not bother. Okay. There. We did the objective. In the meantime, we're going to go and grab what we can from the settlement. They really need to fix the hitbox of those technology things. Okay. And we learned the word power. Alright. The electronic life form is pleased at my arrival. They welcome me into the facility, cool and calm after the toxic blight of the world outside. They beckon me to listen. Korvax echoes. Help and advance low life form. Choose power? Their masked lights burn with intense green as they project 2 holograms into my visor. In one vision, the fragments of a complex equation are made whole and solved. On the other, a powerful shield deflects a stream of particles. They wait, expecting decision. So he mentioned power. I'm going to go with the shield. The life form chitters happily, and they hand me a gift. Underwater protection. Encrypted nav data. Oh, we still want to check to see if they have the dehydrogen. Nope. And then none of the people on the ground have had anything I've cared about there. Alright. Now, because we've already finished the contract, or mission, I don't need to, beeline back to the station to get anything or anything like that. We can literally just kind of ignore it, and then the next time we end up at a station, turn it in, get that extra augment slot for the ship. But we wanted to go to the salvage planet. So we go here. We can go check out the salvage planet. Okay. Because we're going to get an idea. And like I said, if this ends up being another planet that's just kind of not great for doing the garbage stuff, we might switch to outlaw missions, and I might work on those for a while, because I think we were ranked 3 out of 10, and it's the one I believe we're the lowest in. So that would give us some opportunity to do some smuggling and all that, maybe get a couple of fights. It's been a hot minute since I've done any illicit activities in the game. Usually one of the reasons I don't end up doing most of them is I just don't end up wanting the rewards. This is not boding well for this planet. It's real craggy here. Lots of water. So I'm thinking this one's going to be a bust. We'll see what the life form situation is, see if it's worthwhile. Yeah, it's going to be an awful planet to try and do any garbage cleanup. What's a beacon? I don't even really want to deal with that, but that's fine too. Because they'll pop down, scan a life form, get credit for being here. Okay. Oh, autophage. Hey, how you doing, friends? Yeah, not actually looking to be here. And how's the animal situation? 3 rare underground. Nope. I think it's actually only 2, and I misread the last one. Alright, well, let's go get ourselves some crime. Okay, so we can just go to our freighter. We can jump to an outlaw system. And from there we can start doing our mischief. Because the outlaw system will force me to go to other systems to smuggle things. So we can just go to those new systems, check to see what's there, if there's anything that's particularly exciting. But they'll have you raid ships, fight other people, smuggle things. I can't remember what else we get with outlaw stuff. There's a bunch of it. Oh, I don't want to be here. So this is a place where I can get myself killed. Just need the ship to reappear, please. Please, for the love of everything, get back up there. Okay, we're fine. That's actually not what I want to do. I want to go to this button. That's, the Corvette and the freighters could be a dangerous place for just buggy glitchiness. Alright, so let's warp. We're looking for an outlaw system. Oh, there we go. Okay. And let's still pop over here. Because at a minimum, we still get credit for scanning. None of those planets have anything that interests me. Alright. I'm also thinking, so right now we have a lot of valuables on, so what I'll probably do is that we're going to be basing out of an outlaw system for a little while. I might want to strip off a bunch of the equipment off our freighter and just stash it. So that way if I find a better freighter, because we have a rank C freighter, literally it can't get worse. But we find ourselves an A or an S rank that I can afford. We could switch out our freighters, because we leave everything on the freighter. I don't think I get to move it over. I actually don't remember the rules. Even if I don't, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It just mean recollecting that, and that stuff's not too bad. Oh yeah, that's the one big negative using the Corvette and the Outlaw systems. They don't give you the teleporter pad to shortcut your way back here. So you gotta poof it. Alright. Yeah, so it's the ship augmenting stuff and all that. That's the aftermarket upgrades. So you can go here and you can spend money to get a bunch of upgrades. You don't really get to see what they do until you get them. Alright, so Bounty Master. Hand in missions. Because weirdly I can hand in the mission from legal space here. Alright. So this one we genuinely want to do a bunch of stuff there. So I'll go ahead and take the money and the Walker Brain, because while these ones are fine... I mean, we could probably hunt and destroy the pirates here. I think they'll be in system. I didn't mean to abandon, I kept choosing the same thing. That's fine. Start mission there. We gained standing with the Corvax for abandoning it. And deliver illegal cargo. We'll do that after we do the fighting. You got the black market trader, so they'll sell you all sorts of illegal stuff. So you can turn around and sell it elsewhere. Oh, I forgot the black market does, or the outlaw systems do give you expansion slot sales. And you just have all that. Okay. So they did give us a slot augment thing. Amusingly enough, I rejected that mission and I gained standings for it. I don't think that was intended to happen that way. Alright. Another ship inventory slot. Okay, so we have a pirate to fight here. It's a 3-star fight, and I have not done a fight in a hot minute, so I'm going to be rusty on a permadeath save. It'll probably be fine. Or we'll end up having no permadeath save. 50-50. I actually don't feel that worried about it. Some of the fights do get trolly, but usually just the straight-up pirate fights are not that bad. I forgot what button locks onto targets. There's the button I'm looking for. Because I hate the steering so badly in this game as someone who does a lot of space flight sims. So I'd rather just use the little autopilot than deal with that crap. Mouse steering in space sims is like one of the banes of my existence. I got a HOTUS let me use it. As we are apparently not going to angle in on that ship because of whatever weird... Why are you being weird about targeting these? Huh. I don't know if it's not recognizing me as a threat or what, and the problem is I don't actually know which ones. That's the Righteous Thief. Because we got a fight here, and I don't know who's the enemy, so that's Commandant. And you are Righteous Thief. I think it's Righteous Thief is the one we're after. Now, using the autopilot thing goes way slower. But as well as things, I loathe steering with the mouse. Could you not... Could all you friendlies not get in the way of my murder beams? There we go. Now we're under attack again. Yeah, so it seems like what's happening here is they're aggroing over to the other ones, which is making them no longer considered valid targets to me. Okay. Well, that was just kind of a weird mission in that because friendlies showed up, I was having problems telling who my enemies were. Okay, that's fine. We finished it. It's whatever. But yeah, so the ship we have here, I have way over-invested in my phase beams. So you notice the moment something got in front of them, if I can get them on the target, it just murdered them. Like, it sucks, because between... No Man's Sky is kind of rough for using a HOTAS, because then it takes up my whole desk. I got no room for my mouse and keyboard, which is fine, but you can't really use the HOTAS on land. But then, using the mouse and keyboard for spaceflight, there's lots of games who do it, and you can get adjusted to it. I've done it before, but I just really don't enjoy mouse and keyboard spaceflight. Alright. So we can turn that in. I don't even really care about the rewards. Alright, so you want me to safely deliver Gragra to a neighboring system, which is an illicit good. Okay. I need to get a not Corvette, you know, S-rank ship going on at some point. Just for this kind of thing where we don't have to run back and forth. Okay. We're taking that into a Gex system. You know, it has been a really long time since I've randomly been scanned. Oh, this is not the time, man. Come on. Stop facing the shield so I can go and shoot around you. This is so annoying. That was probably a risky one for aggroing everything, because it did just shoot the side of the freighter with a lot of firepower. So hopefully not everything is aggroed to me here. Okay. Forgot how hardened my shields are on this. Yes, the problem is I gotta be careful. That we don't hit friendlies too much, or you can just get into a fight with everyone, which is fine. But as a way you end up not gaining any standings. Okay. Can't tell which one's which. All right. Okay. Friend is best friend to the Gek is large. Lifeform would must be their captain for they greatly relieved. They gesture as if to welcome me on board. So we definitely don't want to stay here very long. But where is that freighter signal? Because I have a C rank freighter. If it is an A rank freighter, and I can afford it, is a big key aspect. It's one I would be willing to consider. What is... Okay, you're right here. I'd be willing to consider it for an A rank freighter. If I can afford it. Because we're on a C rank, let's try and get that going. Now, the downside is my freighter is full of highly valuable stuff, which is not going to get moved over if I switch, I don't believe. Much, friend, your help. Many Gek and much. The small creature chatters excitedly and hops on one foot to the other. Gesturing wildly around the bridge, they point towards the control panel of the freighter. They seem to be suggesting I take command. Inspect for freighter. Compare freighters. Okay. That'll about wipe us out. But that would get us all the way up to an A rank freighter with more slots unlocked. It is done. Trans freighter base, yes. Yeah, so we didn't get any of our goodies, which is a bummer, but that's okay. They'll need to get some more quartzite, which we have a bunch. It was on the other freighter. I'll need to get some cadmium, which we had a bunch. It was on the other freighter. We can get the interstellar scanner. You get where that's going. And the wiring loom and all that. Alright, so you just need 3 matter beam parts. Which I don't have them magnetized. You need... Basically, we need a lot of stuff. I just forgot to. Like, I forgot that was a thing you could do. Because it used to be you couldn't. It's fine. Getting most of those materials is not going to be a problem. We did transfer over... One second, I need to deal with our smuggled goods. Because this whole time we are carrying contraband. It is a planet with salvageable stuff on it, too. It's a bountiful planet as well. We'll see if it's relatively flat. That could be a thing we can work on, is re-equipping the freighter. Because now, even though I see an S-rank freighter, I'm just out of luck, because that was pretty close to all of our money. We had 200,000 or 200 million, now we got 30 million. Okay, so during the day, the weather seems to have no ill effect on us. It's hilly, but not really to the same magnitude we've been seeing. The agent completes the pre-agreed security scan. They nod, Ready to receive the cargo. Radiation protection shielding of S quality. Okay, so we can go ahead and pop you down one. And pop you up one. Oh, right, and we had the water shielding thing. I've already got a ton of these of better quality. Just get rid of it. Same with you. So, a bountiful planet. It's just a couple minutes this way. Because I want to say Bountiful is one of the Paradise Planet types. Or actually, I don't think it's Paradise Planet, but it's a good planet. Alright, change my mind. I don't want to deal with that. We'll just keep doing outlaw things, I think, for the moment. Because it's been a good part of the last 2 days doing a lot of Tonka trucking. We unlocked a bunch of stuff today doing it a whole lot earlier. First I can work on the outlaw stuff, start getting that locked in. You know, one of the things to keep No Man's Sky fresh and enjoyable is to not get into the habit where you're just repeating the same gameplay loop again and again. You actually mix it up. Eliminate hostile flora for the Quicksilver. I don't typically do a good job at actually pursuing that. So I'm going to go ahead and accept that. But now it's not going to save our position because we are technically... you know, in multiplayer mode or whatever, just because that's the way those missions go. But I will be playing solo and not welcoming people, and I have multiplayer disabled for a reason. Your freighter has some Geknik plants everywhere. You don't need the money, you just find it funny to fly in with so much contraband. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Alright, for our freighter, what's the primary things we'll want to deal with? The quartzite would be a big one. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's not a hard one. That's the reason I was like, okay, we could just go to a planet and just drive around in circles till it's all done. We can pop down here. So while we're in a valid system, we can grab stuff here as well. Okay, so hand in missions. Because, of course, you can hand in a mission about smuggling in a law-abiding system. So hunt dangerous pirates. I'm not high enough in the Mercenaries Guild to do that. I've already got this Explorers Guild max, so none of the rest of this do I care about. Increased our standing with the Outlaws. You're distressed because there's meat in Star Stand. Oh, is it one of those ones that there's like the Pokemon thing where everything should be on the up and up and all that? And then you're like, where did the meat come from? I need to know. Where did the meat come from? Alright. We can pop over here. Get these sorted. Okay, what do I need to do the freighter? We need quartzite, chromatic cadmium, and magnetized ferrite. The quartzite being the most important one. So quartzite is actually extremely easy for us to do, because I can just teleport to my awful planet of Terrible and it's got quartzite on it. I'm going to jump into my ship though here. Well, you suck, game. It's one of the reasons why half the time I won't take him, because, like, just because it's a Nexus mission, and that effectively qualifies it as, you know, it effectively qualifies as, like, multiplayer. Stuff like fast travel and all that, you can't use. And it really makes me salty. Because I'm playing by myself and want to keep playing by myself. Alright, so let's go down here. We can kill these plants really fast. But you're not so far to have cows, but there's beef meat in the local store, and you're very skeptical how it will develop with my livestock. Yup. So what I could do here is I could just do one round of the truck. I'm gonna run over enough of the hazardous plants. Just driving back and forth. There you go. Actually, I ripped the hole in the ground, as you do. Okay. Alright, just picking up all that. So you gotta kill 25 hazardous plants. What is the life situation? So 10 plant animals, rare underground, so not bothering with that. Alright. It's actually a fairly nice planet. A heap is detected 2 minutes away. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I'm also guessing that these boxes are the ones that can maybe get you better stuff. Versus that's all just junk. You can worry about that as we get there. Alright, so we got more, What? Oh, it's trying to... Okay. Right, it's because I have the flora one, it's trying to point to the nearest hostile flora. I just was like, what am I scanning for? That makes sense. And just grabbing knowledge stones. Nothing we care about in that trash. Sorry, already in 11 of those things killed. Yeah, no, definitely this would be, I might drop a base computer here, even though I'm not ready to do anything with it. This does seem like a good planet to... set up like a long-term kind of thing. For like your paradise safe planet kind of deal. Okay. The zigzagging a path, smashing everything. Alright. So we got that done. Oh. High value. So with that, we're going to work our way over to the scrap place. Popping by some trash in the way. Only stopping for the stuff I think that's decent value. Okay, there's a place with scrap. Alright. And then once we turn in the mission on our thing, we'll go back to illicit activities. Gotta get that outlaw rank. Alright, a lot of goodies on this one. Some highly explosive stuff, radioactive stuff, biological hazard stuff. Yep, we are definitely not going to get this back smoothly. Am I going to try to anyway? You better believe it. Alright. So is there anything still here? It's not just metal. Grab a couple hunks of metal, toss in the top here. And good enough for me. So you're parked over for the drop-off. Alright, was this scanning what I said? Well, that's only 4 ones. That's fine. Okay, so we got our truck here full of all sorts of volatile explosives and toxic waste and all that good stuff. Because I'm thinking this is going to be way more rolling hills than we've had a lot of them, so as long as I don't like just dump this off into a chasm, as it were, like that chasm right there in front of me over there. I should be able to cruise without too much of an issue. Yeah, I feel like, again, whether or not we actually do anything, I'm going to drop a base computer so I can find my way back here. This feels like the kind of planet that is perfect for doing the salvaging thing. It's mostly just rolling hills. Not a lot of, like, really awful terrain to, like, bump your stuff off of here. There's not any, like... You're not dealing with, like, hostile sentinels trying to, like, batter down on you the whole time. It kind of feels like you can just take your time, load your truck up, drive it along. You just gotta watch out for places like that. Because of that. Just scan for stuff while we can. Alright. Yeah, it's mostly situations like we just had where it's like a little ridge. Okay, that's all junk I don't care about. Now, I'd be down to collect that if we didn't have a bunch of special stuff on it. Lots of holes for a cave up here. Alright, nice and smooth ride. We only lost one thing the whole way, and that's just because I didn't quite make the turn on the ridge right. Yeah, so like I said, I think I'm going to plunk down a base computer, not bother setting anything up. Warning, superheated rainstorm approaching. It's fine. Cleaning up all the trash. Okay. My spaceship's up here. What I'm going to do is real fast. Right up at the top. I'm going to plunk down a base computer. Okay. Yep, so we're just basically claiming that location. So that way, in the future, if I ever decide to come back and be like, let's get this one, we can. Meanwhile, we can go ahead and teleport out of here since we're getting scalding hot rain dumped on us. Because this seems like possibly the ideal kind of planet for doing that stuff. Because you're in your vehicle, so the scalding rain doesn't matter. So we can turn in you for the Quicksilver. I'm not doing gather milk. Way too much effort. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. All right. So, we were leaving the planet. We put a base computer on there so we could find our way back here in the future. Because we want to commit more crime. And it just wasn't available to us. Oh, that's right. Right, so we wanted the quartzite. Let's go to our ship. Well, we're gonna go to our ship real fast. Let me teleport from the ship back to our home planet. Oh wait, this is the one where our home planet's all the way in the bottom of the ocean. Disregard that. We're not doing those things I was just saying we were about to do. And instead, all of that's not happening. And instead, we're going to go ahead and jump back to the crime system. And do crime things. Weren't we in the... Yeah, so there's our capital ship. I'm still being like, weren't we already in the system? I'm so lost. Right, so let's go actually see what we have in storage, because I might get lucky here and find I have like spare quartzite just sitting in the storage or whatever. I don't honestly remember our situation here. Because one problem is until we get that quartzite, this ship can't go into all the systems. So you actually have to go with your regular ship to go get the quartzite, to come back, to upgrade your freighter, to then have your freighter go out and be able to go to the quartzite systems. Alright, so Fleet Command. Calibrating to Fleet Command Burkevi of the MS Apostle of the Otach. Debrief the commander. Alright. So they did some low gravity mining. And they ore reached critically and they had damage, so they had to retreat. They found a planet they were unable to drill. They found a planet that's toxic. They abandoned collecting things. They abandoned collecting things. They got recalled for repairs. They didn't find anything worthwhile. There's no asteroids found. There's no asteroids found. There's no asteroids found. There was some minor losses. We got 5 ore. They'd abandoned the operation. Overwhelming numbers. They got some nitrogen salt. The ship AI turned hostile, shorting out life support systems. We got $200. Well, at least we got like almost the $400,000. The hull was breached. They were ambushed by hostiles. In other words, they just had a completely and utter awful ride all the way from the start to the finish. Cool, man. Okay, how can I finagle stuff around? You don't need to be there. You can be up there. The problem is the text ends up going too fast, so you can't just read through it, unfortunately. Alright, we got warp fuel for the freighter. I didn't even remember there's a large refinery down there. Oh, there's a trade hub? What do you got in you? Don't care about the chart. With the module itself, I'll take one. I believe down one of these was our built-in storage. And it doesn't look like I got any ore in there. It is kind of a mess of a bunch of different things. I don't think I care about the rest of it. Alright. So basically the answer here is we don't have the quartzite, which is the big one. We don't have enough quartzite. We also would need cadmium. We can probably make the quantum computer and the magnetic resonators, which is just the magnesium or magnetized ferrite, which shouldn't be too hard. We just got to go into here where we moved that again. So let's move you down there, move you up here so you're easy to find. And we just need to find pure ferrite. I keep finding myself having more and more of those plates. I've long since lost track of where they're all coming from. Okay. So meanwhile, I could take our brand new freighter. And that's the system who has no... That's basically the pirate system. So for right now, I'm going to jump you to the pirate system. Okay. We're going to chill here with this ship. I'm going to do illegal things, and as they take me to planets that I can get the stuff we need, I'll get the stuff we need. In hindsight, you know what I'm going to do instead of this? We're going to go to a new pirate system. Because I don't have a chance of getting more inventory slot stuff from going back to the same one. At least by bouncing around. Come on. At least by bouncing around to different systems, we have opportunities. Come on. The alternative is I hop out, go to the next system over, and grab the quartzite real fast. Which might happen if I don't find a pirate system soon. Well, pirate systems are not that rare. Let's see. Life form. Yeah, so I don't have the scanner built as well. You know what? This pirate system is perfectly fine. It's a lovely pirate system. Yeah, so when we're out doing our next crime thing, we're gonna take a quick detour to a purple star on the way back, grab a bunch of quartzite, start working on getting our freighter all kitted up to be able to go wherever we need it. Okay. Just need quartzite, I need cadmium. Both aren't very hard, just gotta go down to a planet and mine it. Okay. I'm trying to remember for the life of me how many ships you can have. I know it's a decent number. Because I could see this taking the time to get a bunch of, like, Sentinel ships. It's kind of a shame you can't really show off all of them at once for just practical reasons. But, like, the idea of making a giant repository or whatever for all of it. Okay, so let's see what you got here. Alright. So, we've got a lot of raised and a lot of seizing of things. Which those suck, because those usually mean you're attacking other ships that potentially get you in a lot of trouble with the relative factions. I'm trying to gain standings. So what we're probably doing is going back to our ship. We're going to jump from our ship over, hit a purple star, get some quartzite, maybe hit a red star, get some cadmium. I'm sure we'll be able to score some extra materials real fast along the way to get everything on the freighter on the up and up. You think 9 in the freighter, but you can store some more. They're not active since not active then, but it's nice for the solar ships. Yeah. Alright, so I need to go to the purple star first. Unfortunately, there's always purple stars around. Okay, and we need quartzite. Not activated quartzite, just regular old quartzite. And we pull up a decent chunk of quartzite. That will give us the added bonus of we can process it very efficiently into chromatic metal as well. Got Vile Brood on that one. Yeah, the Doomed Jade Moon will probably be where we grab the quartzite, because that'll be a very tame. Nuclear planet. You're probably going to be a damaged station that's non-functional. Oh, you actually have a functional station in a purple. Alright, I'm down. I was starting to feel like that just wasn't a thing, because we had back-to-back-to-back systems that didn't have a functional station in them in purple. This means I can at least try and grab some missions while we're here as we're bouncing around. My assumption is a lot of the missions will default to going to stars that you don't have to worry about what engines you have, which makes sense, if not a bummer. So let's see. The mercenary wants us to shoot pirates. So I don't care about any of the loot on those. I still want a bunch of dehydrogen if you're selling. That was a mistake. Those don't stack that high. Well, I've got them. Bought too many. It's fine. Okay. So you can have a walker brain. You have the crystallized hearts. Salvage glass. So that would have been a bunch of standings we just got. Don't care about the bolt caster module. We'll take your budget ammo. That probably pushed us pretty close to Exalted. Okay. So with this, what we can go ahead and do is, as I mentioned before, we're going to drop onto one of the planets, get some quartzite. I really kind of only need to hit one node for it. Now let's go check that that Jade Moon. I believe that was over here somewhere. Farther over, maybe? Yeah, it's farther over. Okay. We'll take that one back. I clearly missed the moon. No. Okay, so we don't care about the ammonia. So we just want the quartzite. We're gonna get it. Get what we need done. Hop over to a cadmium system. Get that all sorted. Okay, multiple places we can visit real quick. There's nothing I care about that one. We'll check the other one. Alright, so they're both uninteresting. That's fine. Harsh toxic wind. Okay, how are life forms? There's only 4 life forms. 3 flying, 1 rare ground. There's a quartzite deposit. Cool, it is a elephant skeleton apparently. And planet fully scanned, so we just won't worry about whatever nightmare fuel's going on this planet and get on with our lives. So we learned the Korvax word for process. All right. Let's get our quartzite real fast. Getting some salt from it as well, because the various plants sitting on it. The ground's getting mighty glitchy. I'm also amused with all the things that the Sentinels throw a fit about. You can just carve a gazing cat, just carve a giant chasm into the ground. They're like, nah, that's cool, man. You do your things, just don't you dare go dig up a rock. You dig a rock, I'll be all over you. Just you wait. But like strip mining, no problem. Alright, so we're getting a pretty good chunk of quartzite out of this. Should be more than enough for the purposes of our freighter. And it is a thing that you're not supposed to get more ore by using the smaller mining size. You do. They supposedly fixed it, but unless they fixed it again very recently, we've done tests in other times where we took similar size ore nodes. One you put like on the largest setting, the other you put on the smallest setting, and it is magnitudes difference how much you get. It's not so much that it's like you just shouldn't ever do in the large one. Like if you only need 100 ore and you're not looking to just stockpile a bunch, just use the large one, just grab what you need and get out of there. But if it's like here, I'm like, you know what? I don't have any quartzite in the stockpile. I know sooner or later I'm going to need more. Rather than, you know, not have it at all that. Alright, with that we go here. And I have at least one full stack. There's probably more than one full stack. Let's sort. I have almost 2 full stacks from one node. That'll be more than enough for what I need. Hey, Night Door, how's it going? So, I'm imagining what people need to do is they need to get the skeleton mammoths or elephants or whatever they're supposed to be. Train those up to get them to be pets that you can mount so they can ride their skeleton mammoth into battle. Because isn't it just a cute boy? Yeah. You're just all bones. Need a sandwich. And just flesh in general. Alright, what do I need for the Atlas 3 pass? That's the Atlas 1 pass, I already got that. Atlas 3. Emerald. Right. I guess let's just do the tour. So, okay. So that takes care of the quartzite. Going to Fioso in a few hours. Getting those muscles in line again. Or at least stop being tense. Gotcha. Well, I hope it helps. Okay, so there's a red one, so we can get Arcadium. Usually does. Well, that's good to hear. There's 2 planets. We've got a bleak planet. And a volcanic planet. Has Cadium on both of it. I think I will take the bleak planet. So go ahead and land here. We're just looking for, again, just like we did with the quartzite, just looking for a quick score of Cadium. Oh, there was some kind of ore. And there's the Cadium. All right. I see. So the planet was scalding hot a second ago, and now it's cold. It's one of these planets. Where depending on the weather, you can have two different damage types to deal with. Some of those can actually work out relatively well, because when you're early on, you don't have like the big buffers. You can kind of hop between them sometimes. Like if the water has like the super cold water, but on the surface it's toxic or whatever, or vice versa. You can go to the surface, start lowering one defense, and then hop back in the water, start lowering the other. Just kind of ping pong. That could get you a relatively decent plan so far as difficulty, so better opportunity for rewards. Okay. Alright, let's take a quick look at how much cadmium we got. Because it should have plenty. I'm going to say we go for one more node. That actually wasn't that much cadmium. Okay. So we have 2 rare ground, 1 only found in the north. I don't know if we count in the north or not, but I'm not gonna go bother trying to go farther north. We see it if we see it. If we don't, we don't. Not gonna sweat it. Okay. I had something else that needed emerald. So just kind of cycling through all these. Basically, I had reserves of all these things on my freighter, and I forgot to transfer when we upgraded. Mostly because I didn't remember that was the thing I could do remotely. I thought I had to have both ships in the same system, but it's fine. Honestly, collecting these kind of materials is no big deal. It's the more exotic materials that require, like, combining a bunch of stuff, using the refinery, all that. Those tend to be the more annoying ones, or ones that you have to loot, like walker brains and that kind of stuff. Those tend to be the ones that actually suck to get lost, because then you gotta go grind that versus just plopping down a planet and pulling up an ore node or two. It's pretty quick. And you're gonna go on the planet surface anyways, so not exactly out of your way. Is this the largest? No, it's the smallest. Even though it's not supposed to work this way, if you use the smallest radius and you take your time to mine it, you get more. It was supposed to be patched down fixed, but it's not. Like, it's not as dramatic as it used to be, but it's still pretty dramatic how much more you get by doing it this way versus choosing the large radius and just blasting through it in 2 seconds. So it's unintended on giving you the extra, but it's been that way forever. The largest one, it only take me a couple of seconds to go through the whole thing. But I get a considerable amount left. I actually don't know what the comparison is anymore. We did a test on stream where we tested like 2 or 3 times where I found 2 nodes roughly the same size. And then one I did the largest radius, the other I did the smallest, and we got considerably more doing the smallest. You know, reliably, too. Granted, it's only like 2 or 3 tests. I think it's 2. So not a huge sample size. Yep, and the only ones I'm missing is one that's supposed to be always active, one that's supposed to be in the north. I'm assuming we don't count as in the north, where we're technically in the northern hemisphere, but, like, we're basically on the equator. Now I feel like picking up and landing all over again. We're just trying to gather resources. For the expedition, you only ever mine 1/2 of an emerald. Or 1/2 of pyrite. For this expedition, I didn't mine anything. I'm playing No Man's Sky as you watch you, and the person who is saying this is the Sotobichi Tenma? Gotcha. Well, hello, son of Ishitenma. Alright. So that gives me that one. Oh, I was gonna check. There's not... Yeah, there won't be a station because we didn't have people here. Yep. Let's pop over to the green one real quick. And that'll get us the emerald. And then with that, we go back to our freighter and we build out all the systems. And then the freighter will just be sorted. Cabled World is probably where we're going to go for that. Moon of Light. Abandoned planet. Pick it up so I can scan it. That's fine. I want to see what a moon of light is. Is your father and I like watching you? You can call you Ninja, which is short for your gamer tag, Ninja Kitty 5443. Gotcha. Well, it's nice to meet you, Ninja. I'm glad you both enjoy watching. Well, I'm gonna be honest. So far, this is not what I was expecting for Moon of Light. Ah. Okay. You know what? That delivers. I can see calling this the Moon of Light. There is certainly strange lights afoot. Ow. Question mark. Yeah, I know I've seen one of these. It's been a long time, though. We have taken their light fisher. Alright. I do not expect there to be many life forms on here. Okay, now back to what we're actually here for, which is emerald. For your own museum? Yeah, no, I definitely need to stop and like actually take the time to put together more of a place. I do like the idea of making the deep sea underwater horrible base of awful. I do like the idea of turning that into like the museum. You know, kind of your own private collection. You know, you're welcome to check it out. You just gotta, you know, find your way down there. The downside is, of course, it's going to take a lot of work to do that because just building it requires a whole bunch of things, like going into extreme depth where you just start taking crush damage and everything. And reminder, this is a permadeath save. So we definitely want to build in the bottom of the ocean where everything's awful and the difference between life and death is a couple, you know, short things of inattention. We use the same cockpits for the Corvette? Yeah. I want to say there's only 3 or 4 cockpits. That's actually one of the things I'm really hoping they will do as future expeditions go along. Now that the Corvettes are introduced, I'm really hoping we get a bunch of new parts. Not even like for stats or anything, but like a lot more variants. It's also one of those things I kind of hope that when it comes to the existing parts, that they don't have grades or classes to them, so you can make them purely cosmetic. Which there's ways you can kind of accomplish that. But, you know, because there's definitely, like, with, like, the engines and all that, they'll be like, this is the best engine. And you're going, okay, but really, I actually don't like the look of it. I'd rather have this other engine. Well, then you don't get to have the best engine. Yeah, the underwater bases aren't glitchy at all. Yep, nope, definitely not glitchy at all. You definitely don't sometimes spawn underneath your base instead of in it. And it definitely is not extraordinarily dangerous. Alright, so the emerald... I want a bit more. One at 400 in the direction of the ship. That'll be the best one. Yeah, your Corvette's big. Use the Inferno Knife accelerator on it, and the gun platforms are on the bottom in a straight line, mimic A10 Warhawk. Yeah, no, mine have got all the plasma, whatever they're called. The phase beams, not plasma, phase beams. I actually really like the phase beams for just lasering across. They can shred pretty good once you get them going. To be fair, like almost all the weapons can shred extremely well. Oh, that's sodium nitrate crystals. They're just weirdly looking orange at that angle. There's a bunch of good weapons in the game. But even if you just stick with the bolt gun, like the very one you get at the beginning, you put upgrades on it, it'll still do the job. I've kept intending on taking this and then putting the submachine gun in it, just because I used the bolt thing last time on here. And then before that I used like the shotgun weapon, the scattergun or whatever it's called. And so I just wanted to do something different. I don't really enjoy the railgun style weapon in this game. It's fine, like it works well. It's just not my preference playstyle wise. So I want to give like the submachine gun thing going. Which it's curious because my understanding is it's one of those guns that has like certain areas it does really well, but it's generally not considered amazing. Because it's got a damage over time effect you can hit stuff with and put it on, which is one of the only damage over time effects in the game. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, the Infer Knife is basically the spaceship shotgun. It's get close and make it go away. And they work well. It is one nice thing when if you're playing the game like long term, eventually what'll end up happening is you'll get your main ship or whatever will be pretty much set. And they'll end up coming out with new ships that look really cool, and you're like, well, I want the ship that looks really cool. So you can have like your first ship, and you can go, okay, well, it's gonna use this weapon, it's gonna have that kind of thing on it, and then you get your second ship, you're like, all right, well, I'll just hook it up with a different weapon. This save being permadeath, and you know, now that Corvettes are a thing, like the Corvette's customizability really does make it so you don't kind of have to worry about making a ship and like fine-tuning and all that. Which is a pro and a con. I am very happy the Corvette's in. I think they're a great change and I use it extensively. But there's definitely something to say about not having your whole collection and all that. Alright, so now I have 2 full stacks of emerald and a part stack. So now we can go back to the pirate system, get those modules sorted out for the for the freighter that we need to get all fixed. You still have the first ship you got when the game started, orange and red? Yeah. I kept that, like, in my first save file, I kept that for a long time. What eventually did happen was I don't remember exactly what caused it, but I did end up actually losing my very first save file. Like, something happened with Steam Cloud kind of thing or whatever, and it got screwed up. Which was a bummer, because I actually took the time to S-rank things. I didn't have everything, like, min-maxed or anything. Wamp. Okay. It always takes me a while to orient myself to remember where the trenches are on this thing. I think it's on the correct side. There it is. Just don't play the game enough to, like, have this committed to memory. Okay. You're gonna go hunt dreadnoughts to destroy. Let's see. Even if you have oh yeah, not as well as things. Well, that's interesting. There's a whole bunch of like fire icons. Interloper, we offer battle. An area of wary authorities, clearly marked by the freighter's captain. Offer to buy the freighter. Decline. Well, this is what happens, sir, when your freighter is a piece of junk. You seek new recruits for your fleet, interloper? Inspect my vessel and grass the mighty hall, well-trained crew. I actually have a lot of those ships, and I do not need more. Greetings from one commander to another. Do you seek... No. What I was trying to do was two things. First, get around all them trying to call me. Actually, what we'll do is we will go to the station, because this should be a pirate outlaw system. I'll go to the station, see what missions they've got for me. We can upgrade our freighter once we get to there. Destroy the pirate frigates for things for your freighter. You know, I never thought to do that. I assume that hurts your outlaw standings, though, because you are just murdering in their space. But it could be fun to get a bunch of stuff for a freighter and frigates. Because I'm trying to get all my standings up is what I'm trying to do. Okay. Safely deliver moon ether, so illicit cargo, and destroy a pirate. Okay, so you can do one or the other. I couldn't remember what the rules were. Okay, and this is the station we've already been to, so we don't need to worry about that. Alright, well, if we do see that they're still flagged as or they're still flagged as pirate or whatever, we can start causing problems for them. I'm down. And we can also take on this pirate. Okay. 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 We're still getting the message about that. I'm guessing. Well, there's the dreadnought is. Alright, I'll try to head to the dreadnought again. Game crash invite? That's no fun. Oh, I think it's like being treated as being adrift or whatever. Let's go and change the log. Because it's got its thing like weirdly stuck on that. Okay. Y'all want to chit-chat? Trying to make sure you're my actual ones that can kill. Because I have some of those that are my own as well. I'm getting the pyro transponders. It really doesn't feel like I'm actually working on the quest or anything. Okay. You know what organic fritters? They're awesome. Yeah, I think we have one. Like we have a ghost frigate, we have an organic, I have a pirate one. Believe. It's hard for me to remember which ones were on this save and which ones were on the other. Okay. All right. Are we done now? Has the violence been concluded? I mean, if nothing else, I'm getting some real fast ranking. There we go. So if nothing else, for getting, like... if we're getting rankings so far as, like, the, faction ranking, that part's working really well. So all I gotta do is find, like, a pirate system that is Korvax and all that. Get all of our faction ranks knocked out. Sadly, Autophage don't own systems in that manner. It should also be gaining our combat rank, because I want to say we slacked in our combat rank really hard in this. Like, we had some stuff we had to do, but generally I just mostly avoided it because permadeath I didn't have a need to. Yeah, story-wise, the Gek are certainly a thing. I won't spoil it for those who haven't gone through it. Alright, so you got me my fuel. Can you have something that's not season rating? That's fine. Okay. So with this, we're going to go to our freighter and get its drives upgraded. See if we can't find another pirate system, because the contracts in this one, like the season rating ones, they're fine. They're where you go to like a frigate and you pop the cargo containers. Yep, no, that's fine. Yeah, no, you dig into the story of the game and it's so much of it's cursed. Extract artifacts for Quicksilver. That is, like, I should do the Quicksilver stuff. I just don't. So where is my freighter? Okay. Also, we're set to log. Yeah, so you want this. Okay, so let's go get our freighter all hooked up. So, boom. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. There's the Cadium. I'll need a couple of those. Got the resonators. And how many of those do I need? Just 2. Make another one. I need antimatter. Oh, really? I'm actually out of antimatter? That's been a long time coming. Alright, that takes care of that. Needed a magnetized ferrite. I believe I actually have the magnetized ferrite sitting in here. Wait, what? Oh, did I just make it to pure ferrite and I had to do another round to make it magnetized? Is that what's going on here? I'm willing to bet that is exactly what happened. Let's see here. Ferrite dust. I really want them to, at some point in this game, give us... Yeah, I really want them to give us some basic quality of life in this game to, like, filter this inventory. Like, yeah, they've got the sorting, and that certainly helps, and you can, like, expand the cargo and all that, and that's better. I really, really wish we could, you know, like, when we're looking for something, there was a lot better sorting. The inventory's okay. Like, it's not awful. But it's definitely one of the places in the game where, like, you know what? I wish I could change this. Yes, I got tons of stuff in here. Flight assist override. I forgot about that. Instability drive. Dyson pump. Launch auto charge. Cargo scan deflector. Yeah, there's so much stuff in here that we just got to keep upgrading our ship. It's fine. Meanwhile, put all those in the freighter. Now this... There we go. So our freighter's got all the modules we can make right now. So we've got all that squared away. The multi-tool, is there any modules I care about making? I could probably do that, and I just haven't bothered. Yeah, because I've talked about going to the pulse splitter. Part of the thing now is... Okay, so that works with any of the multi-tool weapons. Versus I've got those handful that are the bolt action. Hey, Zero or Die. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. Just shuffling stuff around to get room. But playing some No Man's Sky, so I hope you had some fun with No Man's Sky and all that stuff. We did a chat reiterated. Well, congratulations. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope you had a good time with No Man's Sky and all that good stuff. Like, I assume you were doing either the new expedition or just checking out content related to that. We actually finished the expedition kind of on the first day. It's not a very long one, but it's good. Oh, that's fun. Doing all new stuff? Nice. Yeah, we're on a permadeath save right now that we've been working on. That we've finished pretty much everything in the game, including the new content, but we're just kind of working on upgrades and all that. Just because I've got a bunch of stuff that needs more upgrades. Oh, we could send the frigates out because I actually got some fuel. Remember that? Yes. Hello, friend. Joyous day for our fleet. I have charted a new expedition route. Okay. So let's grab the industry group. So I believe I've got you two in a support ship. So you take your chances on that one. We could send our 2 combat ships. And you get out there and do that one. Alright. You never made it to the Senator on permadeath? Always find a way to die. Yeah, we've only had 2 close calls in this entire run. One I got slapped by a meteor, instantly taking down my shields. It was definitely one of those ones where it's just like crap, get on. What was the other one? Oh, the other one I was fighting the big walker sentinels, and I had one spawn behind me while I was fighting one in front, and they just both grenaded the crap out of me and barely managed to get away with it. Alright, so we're looking for another pirate system because I'm working on kind of... That'll work. Well, that's Vakeen, right? Yeah, that's fine. We can max out Vakeen. But, we're working on getting our ranks up on various stuff. Just basically anything not done, working on it. But with the Vakeen of the pirate system, the last one we got ourselves to doing a pirate mission. Alright, so we'll just use our little scanner here to check the whole system for anything we care about. Alright. High energy planet's a maybe. Alright. So we can pop down here, do a round to the station. Hello, beautiful ship. You any good? Interloper, trade discussion begins now. Make an offer for the trade starship. Well, it's a nice looking sail ship, while also being hot garbage. I remember when the game first came out, and it being a whole big thing to look for the, oh, what do they call them? They weren't unique ship. That wasn't the name. But they were kind of that. They were like special ships. Exotics. That's right. You know, and looking for the exotic ships because it was such a big deal at the time. You know, nowadays they're just, it's not nearly as important. But like when we had so little variety in the ships, finding like the one that's like, you know, the ball with the wings that would spin around it and all that. Because I remember that was a big thing. It was like pretty early on I managed to score myself an exotic, the one that's like the trifold with the ball in the middle. And I remember scoring that. I used that ship for my entire first playthrough. Which they're still out there, and they're still good. It's just nowadays, you don't have to go hunting for, like, those S-Class exotic or whatever, that a lot of the things, like, where you had your big hauler was just so much better for one thing, or your scouting ship was so much better for the other things. Nowadays, with being able to S-Class everything and getting such strong, like, S-tier modules, yeah, there's a difference. But it kind of doesn't matter anymore. Alright, so let's pop up here. What do you got for me, buddy? We can... I'll go ahead and grab you. Because that'll let me just fight stuff, which means I can just do it here. We can grab our extra inventory slot. And then I had an augment available. There's just the one, right? Did I have a second? Oh, I don't have a second. Okay, that's fair. Alright, so let's go to our Corvette. Let's do a little violence. That should probably be enough to get my last level with the Vakeen. And then we'll target the next pirate system. We'll make sure to be not Vakeen. We'll probably make it Korvax, because I want to say the Korvax is where I'm behind the most. Just because the system I was basing from happened to be Gek. So we just picked up a bunch of, you know, rank just doing stuff there anyways. Okay. Alright. Just all the lasers. Okay. I'm running out of mouse pad. Okay. Well, now is easy. What is my combat skill? I remember it is not very high on this save because we just didn't bother. At least I don't think it was high. The milestones. Well, Sentinels are all that. Oh, was it? Oh no, we are maxed out. Never mind. For some reason in my head I was thinking that we just kind of really didn't do any ship combat, but apparently we've killed 122 ships, so yeah, I guess we have. Yeah, so we're mostly just working on outlaw standings and then Vakeen standings because we're here. Why not? It was actually good to remember to take those outlaw modules that we get our hands on and sell them. Because you get some pretty decent nanites out of that. So we can keep up-ranking our multi-tool. Okay. Now I've committed a mild amount of murder. We can get back over here and then commit another mild amount of murder. Or like, for another inventory thing, being able to sort by, you know, smuggled cargo and all that. Just quality of life on the inventory, I think, is the biggest thing this game needs at this stage. It's got a lot of, it's like doing all these amazing things, but just the inventory has always been kind of my one, like, hey, I'd really like this to be cleaned up a little. Alright, so we get our multi-tool expansion. Seize goods, deliver illegal stuff, pirate hunt, pirate hunt. If we do the deliver the illegal goods, I'll take us into a different system. Okay, so we do not sell the blood salt. Or sorry, we don't sell the blood salt here. I'm just doing a quick check. See if any of these things show up as illegal. Because it's real easy to accidentally become a hardened criminal. Okay, it doesn't look like I have anything illegal on me. Beyond what I deliberately and intentionally have on me, mind you. Okay. So I've got our blood salt to smuggle. After which we might do a quick reload of the game. I'm getting some, like, not great frame rates for some reason. So I think we got like a memory leak or something going on. Let's get a little pokey. Not super bad, but definitely a little pokey. Alright, so we're delivering our contraband here, which is an overgrown planet covered with ancient bones. Dangerously hot fog. Alright, here's our guy. Alright. The agent completes the pre-agreed security scan. They nod at me and they're ready to receive cargo. There's your contraband. Alright. Okay, so like I said, I'm going to do a quick save here. I'm just going to just close No Man's Sky and reopen it. Like I said, I'm getting some very noticeable frame drops. Like OBS is being fine, but it does very much feel like, you know, No Man's Sky is being a little pokey. So I'm guessing there's some type of memory leak or something like that going on with it. Because yeah, no, that instantly the because I noticed OBS, like, it was looking a little stuttery and all that. Instantly that's alleviated. Just booting the game right back up. It only takes a second to get back in. Sometimes you just got games you got to do that to. I haven't run into that in No Man's Sky before. Not that I can remember, at least. But it's fine. So then we're going to want to go to the station, turn in the quest, do all that kind of stuff up there real fast. There we go. Oh, how... Give me a mouse, there we go. 10 fauna, rare underwater, and all that. Nope. I am good. Thank you. There, did a quick scan of everything kind of out in the open. But rare underwater, rare underground. Not gonna put a huge amount of effort into it. Now, unless it's a system I happen to care about for other reasons. Meanwhile, you got anything amazing? Eliminate hazardous flora. That's fine. We can do this super fast. Oh, there we go. I was like, could you show me the quest? Alright, so we're already 9 out of 28. $16 out of 28. 21 out of 28. If you don't have a vehicle and all that and you want a way to do this fast as well, don't forget to check the caves. A lot of the time the caves will have a tendency to have like a bunch of like the little puffball ones that kind of put out the gas or whatever, and a lot of times they'll stack like 8 or 9 of them in one spot. So you can very easily go in there and just do it. Alright, well we've already finished the Bloodthirsty Plants mission. Good job, team. Real effort there. Get ourselves a little teeny tiny bit of Quicksilver. I am not collecting a bunch of poop for Quicksilver. Alright, we can go to the station, get our cargo expanded. How are we doing on our nanites? We're coming up at 40,000. So it is interesting that at the beginning of the stream we were just driving around the truck and collecting salvage. And that actually ended up being where most of our nanites have come from this stream. It's not great nanites. The driving around with the dump truck just tossing crap into it kind of thing. But it is relatively good. I think better is doing the stuff where you get the outlaw modules and you sell them and you get the nanites, or doing stuff like getting the mold ball things and doing that, or just scanning all the life forms on a planet. All tend to be good nanites. My go-to tends to be the life forms on a planet, which now I think about it, I haven't been paying attention to that. Let's just upload all. Gave me another 1,000-something nanites. But if you fully 100% scan everything on the planet, depending on how many things, they'll give you an extra like 750,000, 4,000, and get pretty generous. So hand in your quests. There's the illegal goods. I don't care for any of those. I believe we just got an illicit good. Oh, it's not illicit. That's fine. Gain some standing with the outlaws. Okay, so Explorers Guild. Give me the ship expansion. Launch thrusters module. Sure. So where are my launch thrusters? They're over here. Is there a way I can rearrange this that makes sense? Yeah, you just have cargo spots. Okay, and we can go here. Launch thrusters there. Not super worried about it, but we have it, so why not? We can put you on the freighter. Okay. Neural stimulant. Alright, so that one's not as good. So put you away. Alright, so that one didn't actually take a spot. It's always kind of a hard one to tell is which ones do and don't count towards these things. So you're 109, 2, whatever. I think this one's the least good out of the set. Okay, so sell that. A suspicious package. Didn't give me anything too worried about. But the scatter blaster, which I probably won't be using. Is there any more illicit things to pop? Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, we need to check the ship, because we're exploding them in the ship. Whose inventory is absolutely full. Just get rid of these plates. We got a bunch of those a long time ago. We're gonna miss out on really good stuff because I'm full of plates. Okay. So exosuit upgrade. I'm honestly surprised they still have more room up here. New friend to Gex system. Trades best. Alright, so sell. We're not going to use that. Only 19 nanites. Yeah, so these, if you look at the illicit stuff, that was another like 700 nanites. It is one of the better ways of getting a bunch of nanites to just go and get all the pirate modules from fighting a bunch of pirates and all that. And we need 65,000 nanites. Well, I got a ways to go till that's ready. And with that, we already did this. So instead of going back this way... Oh, I'm already teleported. That's the reason I'm getting all turned around. What I could do is just teleport back to my freighter. It's in the pirate system. And we can just... We'll teleport back to the freighter. And then we will use the freighter to jump to the next destination, potentially. Because we're pretty close to maxing out the Vakeen standings. So we go to our discoverability and guides. Yeah, so we got 33 standings to the Vakeen are maxed. Oh, so we're not maxed on literally any of the factions. Or so far as, like, the main ones. We're getting pretty close on the mercenaries. The explorer and merchants are maxed. And we are slowly climbing up the ladder with the pirates. And then we also have the autophage. So what we could do here then is we'll just go ahead and hit up the pirate station again. Because it definitely seems for just quickly getting a bunch of ranking, the fighting pirates and system seems to be the best one we got. Raid planetary depots. More hazardous flora, but I don't really care about the rewards. Alright. Yeah, so it seems like for grinding the rank, doing the... take out your rival pirates in a system aligned with who you're trying to level up, you can get some pretty fast reputation that way. Because you end up killing like 8, 9, 10 pirates during that. And you're kind of double dipping getting the outlaw and the faction rank. I'm hoping the outlaw ranks aren't required as much, because we're only getting like 2 or 3 outlaw rank per one of these missions. But at the same time, we're getting the pirate modules. They're relatively good nanites. I still think my favorite is just go to planet, scan up a planet, get it done. Get your 2,000-3,000 nanites. Move on to the next one. Alright, so we got two bounty situations. I'm gonna go and grab this one. Oh, you're also gonna give me extra nanites? Yeah, we'll grab you. Because then I can take the contraband he's gonna give me and I'll just sell it here. I won't bother trying to get top dollar. Money's not that important. Not the amounts they're talking, at least. There's really a ton of ways to make really good money in the game. And it can be as much or as little effort as you want. You can just build up a base and just fill it up with nip-nip. And just walk around and pick up all the nip-nip occasionally. Your settlements will actually make you relatively okay money if you have them producing something like nip-nip. Or other particularly valuable things. Alright. It is interesting to me that the modules for the Corvette itself, a lot of those seem to not conflict with the modules that boost stats. Okay. All right. Nice and easy. And how are we doing on our reputation now? 27 more reputation for that. Oh right, there is missions as well. Ah, I forgot you have to actually do the missions for them. And then you'll have other things they want you to do. I forgot about that. That's interesting. I completely forgot those are mechanics. So yeah, so the Gek want us to smuggle a bunch. The Vakeen want us to behead some walkers. And the Korvax, we've already maxed out. Just because some of those things you'll get done by doing the game. They also want us just to keep visiting more systems, such like that. And those milestones, if you're like, why do I care? Those actually are also another decent source of nanites. When you go to the anomaly, there's a person who will pay you based on the milestones you have earned. So, like, the lower level ones, you don't get as much, but when you get the higher level ones, you get an extra bump. And it's one of those things that you could just play the game for a while, forget that dude exists, and then turn around and drop by and talk to them, and then suddenly it's like, well, here's your 30,000 nanites. You're like, oh, okay. It's payday, apparently. Now, it is a good source of early nanites because you can knock out a lot of milestones all the way to their max level relatively fast. But it is those things that as you get the easier ones done, you start getting to more of the ones that take more effort to get your next rank. Or like learning the words. There's things you can do to speed it up, but something that can be just monotonous. Alright, so let's turn in this one. Thank you for the nanites. You will... Let's see. Take the repair kit, I guess. Meanwhile... You know what? We're not going to get rid of that. We're going to do the opposite. What we're going to do... Alright, we are now a privateer. We're going to go a whole bunch of illicit goods and smuggle those. Which it's kind of funny the way that works, that I believe where I'm just growing nip-nip in a system it's illegal, and I just sell it at my trade thing. I think that counts. If not, I'm not too fussed. It feels like one of those things that as we're working on the outlaw rank, it's just going to happen on its own. Speaking of which, so with the outlaws, plunder freighters. Okay. And smuggle runs from the agent. Alright. So what we can do is after we do this one, we'll grab one or two of the freighter ones and we'll see if we can't get away with that, hopefully without losing a bunch of reputation. If we do, it's probably one of those things I'm just going to have to accept that I'm going to have to... Pirates, available to interloper now. The trader lets you examine their cargo. They appear to be calm. That's fine. But yeah, I'll be able to do one of the freighter ones. The freighter ones, if I recall, you just kind of fly around the freighter while you're fighting stuff. And you can just go to their cargo hull and like pop holes in their different holds to steal the stuff. Okay. Oh, and also, not only are we doing permadeath, but everything is maxed out, difficulty-wise, with the only exception being the inventory stack stuff. We have that set to what permadeath defaults at. So it's permadeath, but, you know, sweatier. Alright, looks like we're probably done here. Okay, the next one we'll go to a friggin' ransack it. Because looking at this, we have this one, plunder of freighters. So I gotta plunder some freighters. Then we gotta get some loot from that. They also want me to smuggle stuff. It's fine. And let's go here. I know I saw at least one module part. My inventory is in my starship. It is. Okay, we had room for that module to put it to use. Drop off the Corvette part. Okay. And I can sell those Corvette parts for just a bunch of cash. And if I find myself hurting for more cash, that's fine. You can use the cash to buy your inventory slots. It's just kind of one of those things, though, for as expensive as it gets, the inventory slot things are pretty easy to come by relative to the cash. So it's just easier to go, oh, let me just go find a bunch of ships to take apart. Do that instead. Alright, so get this. Okay. Raid capital ship. And it'll give me a forged passport and some illicit goods. So we'll see about this. Apparently, actually, they want us to destroy the freighter, not just ransack it. I think I'll work on getting through all the outlaw stuff. If it does end up being a thing that I just hose my standings, I think I'm okay with that. The idea is I would get my outlaw standings maxed out, and then we would, you know, go legit. Stop physically ramming me. Yeah, so we're just losing all our Vakeen standing. Getting lots of outlaw standing. Okay. That should be it, right? I blew it up. I'm assuming that's all I needed to do, and we just haven't updated this thing because I'm in the middle of the fight. I'm trying to not kill the other ships because they're not pirates, so I'll lose standings, and I don't believe I'll gain outlaw standings. Okay, so logs. Huh? Attack the freighter, whatever. Use your ship to intercept it, we did. And engage in space combat. Use the brake to turn quickly and boost. Shift to evade. Change targets. Your shield will regenerate. Yeah, we did that. Outlaw rank Corsair. Alright, let's check on that real fast and why we... Okay. Ah, there it goes. Just real slow. Alright, so it looks like we do that, we can potentially get our ranks relatively fast. We are going to be tanking our rank with the Vakeen, but I think I can live with that for now, because we can turn around and just fix it later. Because that's just go into their systems and do your stuff. Versus I have to kind of do the illegals to get all that. I also notice we got a couple of decent things out of that. Yeah, so we got a spaceship extra thing. We got counterfeit circuits. Ooh, wait, is that what I needed to make the not you, Starship? I don't have an extra port. There's a thing for preventing people from scanning your cargo. I believe I need those circuits to make it. We also got a thing that gave us another ship inventory slot. So we can put that to use. Upgrade ship. Fly augmentation. Okay, because we had the thing. Yeah, the conflict. We have the conflict scanner. There we go. The cargo scan deflector. Sure, I don't think I've ever used this. Alright. So we do have someone start checking us out for smuggling. We can deal with that. Meanwhile, I'm just going to go ahead and chuck a bunch of stuff over there into the freighter for right now, because my inventory is becoming a problem. Okay. Okay, so those will give me more stuff here. We can deliver the Nip Nip Buds. And then once we take those into the next system, we can just find... We just use our ship and just sell everything else in the other system. Get the boosted goods on the illicit stuff. Yeah, because we check out the things they want me to do for the Outlaws. It's to keep trashing those ships, just do a bunch of bounties, smuggle stuff, and then just do missions in general. There we go. So I've now got the thing for that. Smuggled goods. We've got a pinned word that'll just remind me where to go to, like, get ourselves some more stuff there. Alright. It's having this smuggle to the same place. Interestingly enough, I want to say the Gek also wanted us to smuggle things. I think it's literally the same place. Yeah, we go here, check the Gek. Yeah, no, the Gek also want us to smuggle. So we're just double dipping. We're working with the Gek and we're working with the Outlaws at the same time. Sometimes you just gotta do a little extra crime. Legal card detected. Immediately surrender required. Surrender 1 Moon Ether. I have a lot of other illicit goods on here. I have much illicit goods on here. What we can do is there was a little settlement here. They might have a trading spot. This might be a factory one. So we can hop out here. Yep, so we got our cargo scanner, and I used it for the very first time, and it didn't work. Which it warned me. It's like, hey, this isn't a guarantee. Alright. The trader looks weak, but they have a cunning air about them. They spin a datapad towards me, and you see they're selling multi-tool components. The prices, however, are eye-watering. Friend, the technology sales get to a multi-tool technology blueprint for, they eye me with wary interest to see if I'll bite. Pay the requested amount. The delighted trader beams ear to ear. Servile, they perform an elaborate display of gratitude. An upgrade module is presented, accompanied by a perfume that fills your minds with images of golden splendor. Hey, an S-rank scanning module? Uh-huh. So it's flora and... Yeah, so it's flora and mineral analysis. Fauna and fauna. So it's 6,000%. Alright, so I would definitely say it's better than this one. So we'll store our pirate module. And then move you over to boost everything. Meanwhile, we're snuggling the Nip-Nip. An unanswered duress call seems to be logged for the transmission tower operations terminal. No one is thought to respond. Its encrypted frequency sequence flickers desperately on the screen. Whatever hope the sender once had, the rescue has long since died. If I could work out what the next code is, at least I could find out what happened to them, and where they can be found. So 15375. So 153759. So +4, -2, +4, -2, +4, and then -2. That's a freighter crash site. I actually don't really care about a freighter crash site that much right now. Here's you ever so slight lip. My greatest weakness. Alright, because we use this, I don't have to worry about, like, shields or anything like that, or air. We've got our roamer upgraded relatively well. Right, about 600 this way. The Cyclops scope install. I gotta figure out where I need to get a hold of that, because I don't think I've got that pattern. $300 this way. Keep overshooting it, because the buggy does actually get some good time. 190. There we are. All right. And we deliver our 10 nip-nip. It's literally the same place at the point that, like, I've already looted and everything. Alright, so just zipping across the terrain real fast. Bear with me. I'm just going to hit the snooze on the ads real fast so we don't have to subject you to another round of ads if we can help it. I'm going to kick that down the road like 20 minutes or so. Unfortunately, tonight's a night I cannot stay up late. I gotta wake up nice and early. We're celebrating my pop's birthday and all that, doing an escape room and all that kind of thing. So that is one I unfortunately got to wake up for. I mean, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it, but you know, the waking up part, not so much. All right. And that gets us to our ship. And today's definitely been a productive day in the game. We've got a ton of milestones done. We got a ton of standings and all that stuff improved. That is not the button I want. We're not done quite yet. I'm gonna turn this quest in. By that I mean first we're actually going to go and pop to the station. Because I am carrying a small mountain of illicit goods on here. So I figured let's get that done as soon as we can. That's not the right button? Not sure what's going on with that. Might have glitched it out because I pulled up the map. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we've already gotten our inventory upgrade and all that here, but that's fine. It does amuse me that with all the illicit goods I had on board, they're like, no, I need you to give me one unit of one of the illicit goods. I know you've got a bunch of money in there, but let's come on. We're not unreasonable. So hand in our quests. And sell. So forged passport, that's 600,000. Counterfeit circuits, 400,000. First spawn relics, solid $1 million. Moon ether, $500,000. Pristine feathers, 170,000. Banned weapons, 400,000. Stolen DNA samples, 200,000. All right. That is some solid smuggling right there. Okay. It does seem like, so... I'm not going to say because it'll be spoilers. There's the big reveal of the game. Definitely sets it up whenever they someday decide to shut down. You know, like, someday when this, like, the servers go on offline or whatever, when it stops being economical to keep this going. It definitely sets them up to have an in-story out. But with all that said, chat, I'm not going to be going late tonight. Because, one, I've got to really use the restroom, and it's getting to be about that time, so if you haven't already followed the channel and you've been enjoying the content, don't forget to drop your follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. That is how this whole streaming thing works. I will be back tomorrow. There is a good chance we might do more No Man's Sky. We might do something else. We'll figure it out when we get there. Regardless of what it ends up being, I do hope to see you there at 7 p.m. EST. But with that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly on the YouTube side, but thanks so much for tuning in. For those tuning in on the Twitch side, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on.